check. 1 2 2 2 2 2. Check check.
All the way through. Secure code. Do you want them to keep that slide up? Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to DISA's Forecast to Industry 2023. Before we begin today's events, we'd like to cover a few administrative details. Out of respect for our speakers and the other attendees, please silence all mobile devices. The event is being video recorded and official photographers are present. Our senior executives and program managers are looking forward to their briefings and opportunities to address your questions. As tempting as it may be, we ask that you refrain from asking our leaders and speakers for personal photos. In case of emergency, use the doors in the rear and side of the room, calmly and quickly exit the building. For security reasons, some doors at the hotel are exit only. Anyone who exits may need to return via different hotel entrance. All government, media, and industry attendees must display event badges at all times in the event spaces. Should you see someone in any of the meeting rooms not clearly identifiable with today's event badge, please notify one of the DISA event staff members. From 9:30 a.m. to 3 p.m., personnel from DISA's program offices will be available in the Warfield room down. From 9:30 a.m. to 3 p.m., personnel from DISA's program offices will be available in the Warfield room down the hall towards the hotel's main lobby. To see the specific programs and organizations, select the QR code to the Forecast to Industry page and click on the Meet the Seniors Program Networking link in the More Information section on the right. Simply use your phone's camera to view the code, and without taking a picture, select the link on your screen. All of today's questions for the briefers must be submitted via email. Please submit all questions to askdisaf2i@mail.mil. Time constraints may prevent us from responding to today's all questions we receive. However, we will post remaining questions and answers on disa.mil as soon as practicable. Once again, we welcome you to DISA's Forecast to Industry 2023. Presentations will begin shortly.
Do you mind taking Let me think about this. Do we want to go this room? And then, hold on. Yeah, I can go. That's fine. That's fine. That's just last time I'll talk. How's that? I have no idea. Wherever the spotlight is like a heavyweight fighter. Oh, this way? Hey, Steve. Hey, Steve, I got a flag for you. Oriole flag if you want it. Just, we got it at one of the games, unless you've already got one.
Is it the big?
Yeah.
Oh, I do.
You have one? Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. We can do it. Okay. I'm just walking around. How are you?
About there?
Good morning, everyone. We're going to give about 5 extra minutes. There's been an accident along the way, so we'll be starting at 8:15 a.m. Thank you. Mr. Packard will be up in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Good morning, and now it is my pleasure to welcome the Procurement Services Executive and Director, Defense Information Technology Contracting Organization, Mr. Douglas Packard.
So good morning. Thanks for the little bit of the late start. We had an accident on the Beltway here in Baltimore, so that's why a lot of people are still coming a little bit later than planned. So your 2023 forecast industry. Typically we get here and we talk about, it's a nice autumn day, but I don't know, the last couple of days I think it's welcome to winter already for an early winter. We have about 750 people in person and about 500 plus virtual. That number grows and grows and grows every day, so probably close to 800 at this point. Parking in the garage. Those spaces are really small, right? Really small. Okay, so whoever has the silver Virginia plate F-140 that has a Ted Britt thing around the license plate. So I parked on the end and kind of parked way over towards the end. Whoever parked in the place beside me, you owe me lunch because you have the perfect place. And that truck is huge and you got a place. So whoever that is, let me know. And that person owes me lunch. I do want to, before we start, I do want to mention, give the thank yous up front. A lot of hard work goes into planning these events. So I want to do that first. First is Deb Daniels. She is here in the audience. She'll be speaking later today. She's a Vice Procurement Services Executive. She really has had lead for the day-to-day and all the functional lead up to the event. And her lead has been Quentin Smith, who you've seen around over by the table there. He is the division chief that's really done a lot of not a lot, but he and Mike Taylor have done all the work to really prepare for today, to have all the logistics stuff done and all the coordination, which has been a lot of work, even yesterday when they were out here on your behalf, getting ready for today. Registration, we had, I'll give the names real quickly, David Munford, Sue Weedman, Kathleen Aguilia, Talia Jones, Quinn Connerly Anderson, Aisha Raspberry, Aubrey DeBrose, then Daniel Bryan did registration as well as our contracting SME for scheduling today's event and setting up the facility through a contract. And last is Lisa Lyons, who is our moderator, and she's the voice that you hear over the speaker over to my right here. All right, a lot of the people going to the support, those are the folks from PSD, but be who they are. David Marin, excuse me, set up registration. Emails, Facebook connection for the virtual attendees, and he'll have the post-event survey. Susan Hall, Julie Simpkins, Public Affairs Support. Andrew Carlson, Joseph Brigider, VI Support. Leah Carvalho, the F2I Media Coordination. James Presley, Nita Perkins, the program table should be out at some time today. Ryan Jenkins, who's done all the back office support, which is a lot of work to make the event come off without a hitch. Jeremiah Irvin for security. And Marianne Webster for the general F2I support. So again, I want to recognize those folks. There's a lot of work that goes into the prep. So for the folks who have been here, I'll cover again how the day will go. For the new folks, this will be great information for you. So the scheme is we have briefings here on the main stage. The slides should have been released this morning. If not, if they can be seen, it'll be DISA.mil. Go to news events and look for F2I, and they'll have all the slides posted. So you can take pictures or you can try to pull these down on the website if they have now since been posted. Then you have program tables. So we have 25 program tables. A lot of the briefs in here are high level, and they'll just mention briefly what a contract is about very briefly. But all the program officials, and you see our acquisition opportunities, and you kind of wonder if that's not quite enough information. There's a record number of 25 tables, more than we had in any previous year. If we did take a look at opportunities, if we to ask the program officials more about a certain offering. And last is the Meet the Seniors, and that will be in this room. They'll pull some tables up front. There are the 11 seniors, the ones who are briefing the 11, and you should know who your names are. If not, get with me or Ms. Daniels, but you all 11 that are briefing should have a table up front. Okay, so on the format, so we've had this under my tenure for about 10 years, maybe 11 years now. So we've had the same thing and the same organizational construct, the briefings, the program tables, the Meet the Seniors. Does that work? I don't know if it works or not because I'm not the recipient of information. It's really your F2I, right? So in the survey, we'll have a few more specific questions about venues, the content, the structure. I would tell you this is an event for many, 1,000 plus. It's not an event for one-on-ones. It's just not that type of event that we really can host. If you want to give options of how that might be doable in a one-day form to reach 1,000 people, let us know. But we do want to understand if this is the right format going forward and see what we can do to affect any changes you might want. So we'll follow the agenda for the briefings here. If we get done early, you're cheated from nothing. What the individual will discuss on the slides will be discussed, but it just gives you more time for your networking, which is important in these events. It gives you more time for the program tables, and maybe you can catch one of the officials 1v1, maybe you can catch one of the executives 1v1 and have a quick conversation with them. Again, many of you, very few of us, but we do what we can to accommodate your needs. For DISA itself, I would offer to you to read the strategic plan. I would offer to you to review the acquisition opportunities, ask details when you're here. If you've been through it and prepped for this, we release it in advance for a reason, so you can prep, know what some opportunities are, and then ask questions of at the program tables or executives any more information they're able to provide you. And our contracts guide for premier contracts is in the Signal magazine, and I believe that's still issued either semi-annually or quarterly. I believe it's semi-annually now. For PSD, I'll make a few quick introductions of just the immediate leadership team. And I didn't see Chris Gray. Is he here today? I don't think I saw him. No, okay. And if you're in the audience, you can just stand up. But Adelis Rodriguez, Michelle Warner, Luke Phelan, they may be already down at the tables, okay? From Scattered First Base, Jim McCreary, Kevin Eversgerd, Dustin Timmerman, Vanessa McCollum, and Christina Severino. And they do have their number of staffs who will be at the table. There's a Ditko NCR table, a Scott table, and an OTA table, right? Okay? Before the general comes up, I'll remind you of the theme. It's picked for a reason. So the theme of today's event is DISA partnerships, set the theater, set the globe. So we've said a lot. We are a combat support agency. We came out of a conflict in Afghanistan maybe a couple years back, but we're still a combat support agency. Since that point, we've gone into or observed, supporting, funding, giving advice for kinetic activities in Ukraine, and also now in the Levant and the Gaza Strip in Israel. So what we do is vital, but there's a we. There's military, there's civilians, and there's contractors. If the three legs of that stool aren't the same height, the same consistency, and we're not all in the same direction, it's the full we. That we needs to be all in that same direction, and that's the charge for today. That's what the partnership is for, right? There's people going out in harm's way to this day. We're doing a lot of funding for weapons and intel and telecommunications, and that's what we're here to provide. And it takes a community, as I like to say, it takes a village, it takes a DISA, it takes a community aligned with DISA's executives and staff to make that come to reality. So with that, that's my comment. Any quick closing questions? All right, with that, I believe next is going to be a short video, and Lieutenant General Lynn. Thank you.
Each day, our enemies attempt to disrupt our way of life. Each day, they fail. Our warfighters stand in their way with global responsibilities. Through collaboration with our industry partners, we are developing technologies like cloud computing, enhanced security, and zero-trust capabilities so we can prioritize the leaders and stay one step ahead of our adversaries. With our partners, we are one team across all services. Together, we will set the theater and set the globe. No matter the mission, no matter their terrain, always ready, acting today to secure tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Packard. And now it is my pleasure to welcome our host, the Director of the Defense Information Systems Agency and Commander of Joint Force Headquarters, Department of Defense Information Network, Air Force Lieutenant General Robert J. Skinner. Ladies and gentlemen,
morning, good morning. How's everybody doing today? Okay, I realize that it's daylight savings time, so it's an hour into your normal day. So let's hear it again. How's everybody doing this morning? Good, good. Hey, first off, thanks for coming out. This is very important. We have a day filled of a lot of key engagements, a lot of key briefings to let you know kind of what's on the docket for DISA as the agency, but also what's going on in the future. But before I do that, it's always good to be the boss, right? Because you always have more updated information than others. And so the actual attendance is actually about 767 and counting here, and over 700 online, which is more than last year. So thank you for being part of the, again, I'll say record-setting attendance. But I'll tell you, just more important than that is, can I have the DITCO team stand up? $6 billion worth of contracts last year. Let's give them a round of applause. Carlen, can you stand up? Small business, $1.9 billion to small business. And I'll tell you, she is constantly in my office looking for more and more opportunities to give contracts to small business. And she's also on all of the primes and the big companies to go help support small business. So a lot of great work by that team as Mr. Packard talked about partnerships, which is important. So what's going on within DISA? I'm only going to talk for a few minutes because I know we have a Fireside Chat coming, and you have the PEOs who are going to be talking to you about their different programs, so in a lot of breakouts. But really what's on the mind is, first and foremost, as you know, current operations, right? We have the Russia-Ukraine conflict going on. You have what's going on in the Middle East. And in that, the biggest thing that we have to be able to do on a day-to-day basis is provide the capabilities, right? Capabilities that work and that are on at all times for our warfighters and for the folks in the back end that are supporting those warfighters. So if you are a company that is delivering a capability and that's operating, sustaining, or maintaining, first off, I want to thank you. But secondly, I'm looking at you to go, how can we do it better? Right? Those capabilities are A, being used more than they were before, and B, are critical to the ability to command and control, and also critical for those in the tactical fight that rely on that each and every day. So focusing on the current operations and current capabilities has to be job one. And that's where I'm looking at you to help us continue to deliver as we go forward. The second thing I'll say is modernization, right? We know we have a lot of legacy equipment out there, and we have a lot of legacy capabilities. How can we modernize while maintaining the current capability? And how can we do that efficiently? Okay, Chris Paczkowski will talk a little bit later on time division multiplexing transport, right? The bane of our existence, I'll say. How do we get away from that faster, right? Because A, it's not as reliable, and B, it's more expensive. And C, you as companies can't keep the expertise around because it's aged and it's dated. So how do we move away from TDM to modern IP? That's just one example. But I know there's others, and I know you know that there's other ways that we could help modernize. Third thing I'll offer is affordability. Budgets won't go up. Okay? We will be lucky if they are straight-lined with inflation. So how can we become more affordable in the capabilities that we provide? That's where I need help from industry. You know, where are the, I'll say, pitfalls? Where are the roadblocks? Where are the firewalls? Not equipment firewalls, but where are the firewalls, even from a policy, from a guidance? Where are they that you can help us so we can streamline the process so that we can gain capacity through efficiencies and effectiveness? The fourth area, I'll say, is workforce. We are all in competition for workforce. Where can we continue to partner on the workforce to make the workforce better, more agile? We have Workforce 2025 that we signed out probably about four months ago, where we're trying to continually to improve, upscale, and upskill our workforce to tomorrow's fight, right? Because at the end of the day, while we have current operations going on, there's still the strategic threat, which is the People's Republic of China. We can never forget that piece. And so how do we continue to upscale the workforce while we're upskilling and upscaling the hardware and the systems and the networks and the capabilities together to have the most formidable fighting force? And then finally, the last piece I'll say is partnerships. Things that we have been doing over the last, I'll say, 6 to 9 months to help us drive this. First and foremost, it goes with partnerships, right? Whether it's a civilian person, whether it's a military person, or whether it's a contract. Those three together are the partnerships that have to continue to thrive in today's environment. And that's why we are here today, to kind of highlight those areas. Steve also talked about the Tech Watch and things that we are looking at in the future. You may already be there. And so working and understanding where his mind is, which I know is very difficult, but understanding where his mind is, understanding where we're going, and then help us refine that as we move forward. Because we've got a lot of things that have gone on over the last 4, 5, 6 months. One of those that the teams will be talking about, and you'll see kind of some nuances as you look at the agenda, is we've reorganized to where we now have J codes. J codes align, so those who've been in the military, those who are working with military, right? You understand, combatant commands are J codes, joint staff is J codes. DISA as an agency, and oh, by the way, as a combat support agency, we thought it was best aligned to reorganize and rename, I'll say, those organizations. And so those key leaders will be talking to you about that today. We also have program executive offices and officers, right? People told me, well, you can't do that because you don't have PEOs. You don't have certified PEOs. Well, but that's the goal, right? Why wouldn't we align like our services? Why wouldn't we align like other acquisition organizations, right? Because we're operational and acquisition, and have program executive offices, which each one of those will talk to you about their different programs. Some of the capabilities that we've done over the last 6 to 9 months. Joint warfighting cloud capability, right? 36 cloud task orders as of this weekend, $260 million worth of contracts of the life cycle. A lot of great work. And oh, by the way, there's like 41 in the hopper. And I know a lot of you SIs out there are supporting that with your mission owners and your mission partners, and we thank you for that. Because I will tell you, one of the biggest issues that we have today in the department is application rationalization. We have way too many outdated, end of life, end of support type capabilities and systems to where we need your help, and how do we get those faster into the modernized world, into cloud where it makes sense, right? And whether that's on-prem or off-prem, right? A hybrid environment is really where we need to go. And not every system should go to the cloud. That's where we need your expertise to know which one should, which one shouldn't, which one should be commercial, which one should be on-prem. Your help with that. Thunderdome, right? OTA for Thunderdome was signed, and we are moving out. But Thunderdome, as we look at it, and Mr. Brian Herman is leading the effort with Chris Pym as the PMO, it's more than just the OTA, right? Thunderdome is our answer to Zero Trust. It includes the endpoint aspect of it. It includes identity. It includes the secure access, secure edge capabilities. It includes SD-WAN. It includes all these little buzzwords that at the end of the day is a holistic look and addresses a significant number of the 151 zero trust activities that the department has identified, we have a significant portion of those in triple digits. So a lot of great work by him and the team. And oh, by the way, we're trying to bring the department along with us, right? Everyone is coalescing around the same technologies, right? Everyone is coalescing around how to do this. Whether we use the OTA contract or whether we use other means, at the end of the day, we've got to still be integrated, interoperable, and capable as a force as we move forward. So as you go through the day, ask the hard questions of our PEOs, ask the hard questions of our JDIR directorates, and make sure that you get your questions answered, because at the end of the day, it's all about partnerships, and it's the partnership that we have with you that is going to make the day. And so you have to help us help you, and then we will also help you help us. So at the end of the day, so I appreciate your time today. I look forward to the conversations as we move forward. So I don't know if there's any chance for questions or not. Otherwise, I'll turn it back over to the team. So thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lieutenant General Skinner will now take questions. If you have a question, please submit it to askdisa.f2i@mail.mil. Sir, we have your first question.
I have an answer.
Will DISA continue to operate the STEP and teleport sites, or will this transfer to the U.S. Space Force?
So from my perspective, we will continue to maintain those sites from a ground standpoint. And I'll tell you a couple reasons for that, right? We own the global transport for the department. I know U.S. Space Force owns the space segment of it, but we own kind of the ground transport. And that is key as we look at the partnering with commercial companies, as we look at partnering with their infrastructure, look at partnering with their co-location capabilities. The STEP sites and teleport sites fit into that nicely, and we're better to do that than within DISA. Crispy?
Sir, that was your last question.
Oh, even better. Okay, one final thought. And I will tell you, if you take nothing away from the conversations today, simplify, simplify, simplify. We need to simplify our processes. We need to simplify the infrastructure. We need to simplify the configurations. We need to simplify how we do business with each other. If we don't do that, we will not be agile, we will not be flexible, and we will not be capable against the adversary that we know is out there. So I need your help to help us understand where we can simplify, but also I ask in your products and your capabilities, how do you simplify, right? Artificial intelligence is here, it's been here, right? The president just signed the executive order. DOD owes a pilot within 6 months. I know you're bringing artificial intelligence into your products and into your capabilities. Thank you. But we got to make sure that those who are charged with operating, sustaining, and maintaining are able to do that effectively without 10 years of experience and without 10 years of training or 10 years of education. So where we can simplify, that's very important. And the thing that we all owe to you is transparency, right? As we do business with you, as we do the partnership, we'll also make sure that we are as transparent as possible about kind of where we're going, what we're doing, pricing models, right? I know we have mission partners out there that are constantly looking at the pricing models. So as you simplify, we'll be transparent, and we'll make the partnership go to even greater heights. So thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant General Skinner. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Christopher Barnhurst, DISA Deputy Director.
All right, morning everyone. Any New York Giants fans in the house? Yeah, there we go. I ask because misery loves company. Right? I was thinking this could be my last forecast to industry, and I'll just go play quarterback for them. Like, I also can throw for -9 yards. Not that I'm bitter or anything. Okay, so General Skinner alluded to an agency reorganization. So what I thought I'd do today is take some time at the outset here to walk you through that reorganization, give you some context behind some of the decisions that we've made and put in place, and try to explain a little bit how that might impact you guys coming from an industry perspective. And then I'll pivot, I'll highlight a couple key kind of sub-themes of the event, and then bring up a couple of my colleagues as well, where we'll have a bit of a I always say fireside chat, and there's no fire, which is disappointing. But we'll do a chat up here on stage and try to cover a couple other topics for you guys of interest, and then get things on its way today. So with that, you see up there, we got one slide here, excuse me, on the agency reorganization, restructuring. Again, as General Skinner mentioned, last time we did any sort of reorganization was about 2 years back. So I like to joke, like any good government entity, right, 2 years later, it's time to relook that. And when you look at this, though, it was focused on a couple of key things. First and foremost, functional alignment, right? Everything we did was about aligning functionally throughout the agency, bringing like things together to create unity of effort, a singular chain of command, standardized processes, standardized operations, et cetera. And you'll see that in some of the key areas that I'll highlight as I walk through the organizational chart. So what I'll do is I'll start on the left of the chart and then move across to the right, describe a little bit of the old and the new. I know sometimes describing organizational charts, right, can be a little bit dry, but I do think it's important to provide you with the context of where our different products and services have landed in this process, so probably worth a minute or two of everyone's time. So on the left, first thing you see is a J1. As General Skinner discussed, you do see J codes, right, writ large here. That's intended to align us more closely with the combatant commands and other functional entities within the Department of Defense who will recognize those J codes and what they mean and stand for functionally. So it makes it very simple for those in the department to follow. But we have a J1 led by Ms. Katrina Logan that's focused on our military and civilian personnel. Everything to do with manpower, whether it's hiring, whether it's recruiting, training, et cetera, now falls into that J1 structure. Previously, we had our J1 combined with what is now our J4. So we had one organization we called the Workforce Services Directorate that was responsible for not just military and civilian personnel, but also our worldwide facilities and logistics. So what you see now is those functions are split. It's a flatter structure, but the J4, Mr. Tony Morgan, is now responsible for DISA's facilities and logistics worldwide. And the emphasis there is on our warehousing. So when you talk about opportunities in the industry space, our ability to see our inventory across multiple warehouses located globally is somewhat limited right now. It takes a lot of manual effort, and that's an area where we're looking to bring industry to bear to try to get a singular view of what we have out there and available across the entirety of the globe. Moving to the right of the J1, you see a J2. First time ever the agency has had a directorate focused on intelligence. But again, in the world that we live in today, you can see it playing out overseas right now. We believe it's essential to have an integrated intel function within the agency so that ultimately the director has all of the information needed to make a threat-informed decision about how to drive the agency forward, right? Whether that be operationally, whether that be from a strategic perspective, a programmatic perspective, we want to diffuse that into the organizational structure. So Colonel Leach has got the lead as the J2. There are a number of things we need to work through within the department in terms of authorities. So I'll say that's on a glide slope in terms of standing it up and expanding it. But we've got good support so far from those that we've engaged. To the right of that, you see our J357. Mr. Frank Hudson is our new J357 director, and this is really focused on everything operational. So the J3 is looking at current ops, right? Future ops. We've got the 5 and 7 integrated into that to look at planning and exercises. And in our prior organizational structures, what you would have seen is a J3-like entity that was also running several acquisitions. So they were responsible for our transport group, running the global backbone, as well as a portion of our endpoint and customer service group. And what we wanted to do was shift that acquisition activity to another organization, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But in doing so, really have the J3 then focus on current ops across the entirety of DISA's environment, as well as defensive cyber operations. So the J357 is also where you'll find our field offices and field commands embedded with the combatant commands globally around the world. To the right of that, I talked to the J4 a little bit, so I'll keep rolling here. The J6, significant amount of change in the agency in this space. Previously, we had an entity, an organization responsible for what you may have heard as Fourth Estate Network Optimization, or DoDNet. They were also running some of our national leadership capabilities, as well as our global service desk. That organization was stood up out of an IT reform effort several years back that the Deputy Secretary signed off on. But we also, several years ago, inherited the Joint Service Provider, right? Providing those same types of services at the Pentagon, the Mark Center, and other National Capital Region locations. And so what the creation of this J6 does is it fuses those two organizations together. And really as a recognition, I mentioned at the outset, we want to provide things in one standardized way, right? One desktop image, one desktop architecture and infrastructure, one single service desk with a single service desk ticketing tool, and then unify and optimize processes around all of that. So if you think about it, if you're a business, right, I think most businesses would say, I'm not going to provide desktop services two different ways through two different organizations with two different sets of processes. You know, over time, you would say, no, we need to do that one way. And that's, in fact, the path that we're on. So that's a significant change. That's, you know, not just from a leadership perspective, but also from those teams that are now being integrated together, but one that we think is necessary and will help drive the agency and the department forward. Moving to the right, the J8, everybody's favorite, the money people. So that's our agency CFO. One key change there is we've aligned requirements under our J8 now. So we have an organization within the J8 that looks at external requirements and internal requirements within the agency, evaluates those, makes recommendations up to leadership. And the key part of all this is that because they're embedded in the J8, that becomes a resource-informed decision. So we're not taking on new work without assigning the right resources, dollars, people, et cetera, to that work. And then to the right of that, what you all probably know as our hosting and compute team, the J9, led by Ms. Sharon Woods, is largely intact, but now serving as the J9. One change that may be of note, where we had entities within the organization like a JSP performing functions that are more broadly done elsewhere in the organization, we've also realigned those things functionally. So for example, within JSP, they were running the Mark Center data center, which is really a hosting kind of capability. That now resides under Ms. Woods in the hosting and compute team to try to generate synergy. Those are where our cloud experts and hosting experts reside. Okay, last, we've got 3 blocks on here that are not under a J code, and I'll touch on those, and then hit a few key themes, and then get Mr. Packard back up here and Mr. Martin, so you can hear from someone other than me. So on the top right there, you see Mr. Packard's organization, the Procurement Services Directorate, otherwise known as the Defense IT Contracting Organization, or DITCO. That is basically intact, no changes there from previous iterations of the organization. And as General Skinner noted, they do about $6 billion a year in contracting business. Below that, you see the Enterprise Integration and Innovation Organization. That's Mr. Roger Greenwell, who's also the agency CIO. And this is what the director often refers to as his C-suite. So you've got our chief risk officer, you've got our chief data officer, chief engineering office, right? All of the chiefs that do things that really apply across the agency sit in this one organization working together. So fairly substantial operation there, but designed to support all of the J codes as well as the acquisition team that you see on the chart there. And then to the right of that, Mr. Martin's organization, focused on acquisition. So he is our director for acquisition, and we've aligned into 4 program executive offices. You see them there, one focused on transport, right? That's your backbone infrastructure, Mr. Paczkowski runs. One focused on cyber, so everything from our defense in depth, boundary defenses, et cetera, to our zero trust initiative are under Mr. Herman there, Dr. Herman. We have PEO Spectrum, formerly known as Joint Spectrum Center, right, led by Chris Argo. That's its own PEO focused on spectrum deconfliction for deployed forces. And then PEO Services, led by Ms. Caroline Bean. It's where you find your collaboration services, our 365 deployment, our mobility services, right, other enterprise services across the department that DISA provides, as well as our command and control applications and our internal business systems all reside there. So that's sort of the agency structure, but again, all of that under the umbrella of trying to align functionally, right, which fits very well under that J-code kind of structure, because it's very much designed to be consistent throughout the department, and driving sort of synergy and unity of effort across the agency. Everything you see up there is in place today. A few loose ends that are in process, but this is largely implemented and done, and we're off and running. So with that, I'll pivot to just a couple key themes for the team here, and then I'll bring up Mr. Martin and Mr. Packard. One, just to emphasize some of the director's points. As an agency, we want to leverage commercial and adopt commercial solutions where possible, right? We very much, that's one of the first questions I think we ask when someone comes up with a new bright idea, right, is, has industry already solved this problem, and can we go and leverage that solution set as opposed to trying to recreate it within the agency or within government? One of the key things that you often hear us hit on too, along with that though, is equitable pricing across the department. And that's an area where, particularly when it comes to licensing, we see quite a bit of disparity between DISA as an agency, DISA sometimes representing the entirety of the Fourth Estate, and then DISA looking at what the military services are doing and the pricing that they're getting. And so one area that we've made a point of emphasis with OSD A&S as well as the DoD CIO office is what are those things that the department should do together to maximize the benefit to the department and the taxpayer, and where should there be some of that optionality going forward. But that is something very much that we look at is, are we getting the equitable pricing, particularly in the licensing space. And then the last thing I'll emphasize is scale, right? Scale with security built in is critical to everything we do. There's a lot of times where there are good things out there, but when you try to scale it up to DoD level, that's where we tend to hit some roadblocks. So something to think about just as the outset in the development process. With that, I'll pivot and I'll ask Mr. Packard and Mr. Martin to come on up, and we'll do a fireside chat.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, give us a moment to rearrange the stage.
I told them I could have lifted it myself, but they insisted, so.
Give Jason the point for you.
All right, so what I thought I'd do is I'd start out with Jason here, and I obviously just ran through quite a bit of the organizational change that's going on, and not insignificant change in your space as it relates to the creation of PEOs. So I wonder if you could just talk a little bit about what that means to you, what that organizational change has brought from your perspective.
So full disclosure, I'm one of the people who told General Skinner we shouldn't do that quickly. So just so you know, I'm the guilty one. And then at AVSEA TechNet Cyber this spring, he said, somebody told me not to do it, we're going to do it anyway. So here we are. So thank you, sir. It's actually been great. I was a little tentative just based on the amount of training, the amount of standardization we needed to do across the organization, but it's been fantastic. All 4 PEOs are exceptionally qualified, number one, but they are great leaders, and they've really embraced the change across the board. So I can't thank them enough for what we've tried to do and then what we're in the process of doing. So I think there's two major benefits that we've seen thus far, which is open communication, collaboration, and then really sharing the acquisition information across those 4 PEOs. So as a number of you know, Ms. Bean, Dr. Herman, and Mr. Argo had already worked in the DCSC organization. Mr. Paczkowski had not. He had really been operationally focused for years and had kind of been that way. But I think already we've seen a lot of coordination, collaboration, and enhanced discussions just bringing him over as part of the group. I will say too, for those of you that don't know, he has a pretty cool portfolio. I've learned a ton already about networking. That's not my background, but it's really been great to get to know all that and kind of see the related parties and how that I think ultimately can infuse, to kind of build that overall strategic picture for technology in the agency. But another benefit we've seen is resourcing. So in guidelines with obviously the law, we've been able to really look at what's important, been able to prioritize capabilities, been able to prioritize funding, and then prioritize the people to get that done. So you'll hear me later today talk about people. I'll talk a little bit about here this morning as well. But we're really working to transition people amongst groups to get that exposure, get the learning experience, and to get them on a common vernacular, common framework to ensure that we are all moving in the same direction. So I think, Chris, I said a lot there, but those PEOs, number one, were well established anyway, but really getting them the same language, sitting in the same meetings, get them to coordinate and collaborate, it's been awesome so far.
Very good. Yeah, and one of the things that I focused on organization alignment in my opening remarks, but equal point of emphasis for the agency as we've gone through that organizational change has been on processes. And so we've made a very conservative effort to balance the organizational change with process improvement. Just conceptually, right, you can reorg all you want, but you're never going to get everything perfect to the point where processes doesn't matter. And so we've recognized that. But Doug, I wonder, Jason's talking more on the organizational alignment side. If you could talk about anything we're doing to streamline the acquisition process writ large.
Well, first let me just mention that I think what Jason's done to set these up. Is my mic on? It's on green, so you can put the mic on. Are we good? Better? Yes. All right, now we go. All right. So what Jason had mentioned, so I think it's a lot of goodness in the PEOs at Roth. For one, Chris Paczkowski's took over. I almost want to cede my time to let Chris Paczkowski talk about TDM elimination. That's always a very fun topic because it's just not there in commercial industry anymore. It's really a challenge. But I do think within that structure itself, to carry on that theme, it really puts everyone under one guise, under one component acquisition executive, which is how I think most organizations do it. There's discipline, there's training, there's instruction when it needs to be given, there's direction when it needs to be given, and there's a lot of synergy between the PEOs to kind of construct things as a whole. So I think it's been very beneficial. I believe your specific question was about acquisition and streamlining type of opportunities. So with Jason's new role, we spent a lot of time over the past year to 2 years, certainly since the last forecast, as he rolled into this role, about what are the training needs, what can you do to streamline. A lot of what I do, I won't go into the details, because a lot of what I do is try to make this process, I have any number of laws. The FAR is this big, the DFARS is this big. I have any number of laws. So I feel like my real job after all these years is to make all that stuff as simple and as easy as possible. That's a full-time job. Then you add in all the acquisition rigor, which is another set of instruction and laws, et cetera. So we work together a lot of internal things of trying to make process more streamlined, more agile. A lot of work, we made a lot of progress. Within the processes itself, so we have tried some neat new things for DISA. We've tried oral proposals. They've been successful. There's concerns about when you submit when you have an oral proposal, we typically give in 2 weeks to give you a proposal once notified. Is that enough time for a small business? Maybe, maybe not. When you go into the oral proposal, you need to bring in the team who's going to deliver. That's who wants to brief their concept, their strategy, their theory, their capability, and their actual delivery. 2 weeks to hire someone, maybe they're not on the team. Large business could be the same. So we try to do some of those we've explored, have a lot of lessons learned. We do want to use these, and I think we will be using these more in the future. We get to oral presentations.
You submit a proposal, then you have to have a come presentation. Is that duplicative? Well, maybe not if you want the dialogue instead of just sending hard copy questions by email, right? So we've done those. We've looked at some of our debriefings. We've looked at posting some of our procurement opportunities when we make decisions. We've looked at any number of strategies internally. Jason may be able to add a couple, but contracting-wise, what we've really tried to do is make it as simple and fast, as concise as possible, given I have this many laws and I have an agile product and service to deliver.
Thank you, Doug. So Doug talked a little bit about training, right? Acquisition rigor, right? The things that any good PM needs to embrace and then kind of work on throughout their life cycle. Can you talk a little bit about your vision and any specific plans you might have as it relates to PM accountability as we move to this new construct?
So I know that's near and dear to everybody's heart in this room, right? Because they are key to your success. We've had a lot of turnover in the agency, right? COVID impacted every single person in this room and certainly us in the agency. So we've done a couple different things to get after the rigor and the accountability and the training that we really need to have to deliver those quality products. Right now, we have Ms. Katrina Logan, who's the J1, and I are working on a daily basis to build out a new and revised training plan that is a direct complement to DAU's acquisition certification effort. So we actually have to brief Mr. Barnhurst tomorrow on our strategic plan, which the team has done a great job building that, and I think you'll be happy, preview, with what we've done, but it's really a comprehensive look at what really needs to happen. DAU, Defense Acquisition University, obviously is what guides acquisition in the Department of Defense, but there's also a big segment of OJT that I'm not sure that we've traditionally looked at, so that's other things that we're trying to incorporate as well. It's no secret, I was in industry before. I learned a lot from mentors and some really, really qualified folks on the industry side. I'm trying to bring some of that in as well to make sure that people see it from your perspective also, right? So we're in the process of hiring a lot of recent college graduates and interns. They're not going to have the opportunity to be in industry before they come in the government. They're not necessarily going to know how you're thinking about things. I actually had a meeting the other day talking about profit loss and what that really means for software OEMs, for example. It's not something you're going to get unless you're exposed to it. So we're trying to do a lot of shadowing, bring a lot of people in to make sure that they really understand what we're trying to do. The other thing is goal setting. So how are we doing, right? PMs, how are your PMOs doing? How are your folks being trained? How are you holding them accountable? So starting obviously with General Skinner, Mr. Barnhurst, myself, and then down into the PEOs, I'm asking, what are your plans, PEOs? What are your plans, division chiefs, to make sure that people are doing what they really need to do? Are you documenting things? Are you holding them accountable? So there's a number of things I think that, as we went through COVID, we went through kind of the remote and the telework phase, and that's kind of normalizing now as a word. I'm seeing a lot more people in the building now. Those hallway conversations are coming back. Hey, do you know about this? Have you heard about that? Do you know this person? Have you met that person? I think they can help you. Are you thinking holistically, financial, working with Mr. Packard's organization on contracting? Are you helping your team members? Are you talking to them? Do they have skill gaps that they need? These are all the things organically that we're trying to do to really get that word across that you really are accountable. You really do need to partner with industry to understand your requirement, convey your requirement, and then co-develop solutions with industry that we're delivering that best capability that we possibly can.
Yeah, just to piggyback on that a little bit, I think you heard General Skinner talk about Workforce 2025 and the emphasis that we as an agency have placed on that and on the workforce, in terms of training and providing the tools necessary to get the right skills for today's environment. And I think this is a good partnership opportunity. And I know we've partnered with a number of you on training opportunities, but the smarter our folks can get on the capabilities that you guys offer and bring to bear, the better that is, in my view, for the agency as well as probably for industry, right? And so that's something that I encourage people to think about going forward. Just turning to Mr. Packard, so we've got a number of questions that came in, over the last few weeks, months, et cetera, or that we've picked up in conversations with industry. And one of them had to do with, within the acquisition process, whether or not acquisition opportunities that we're forecasting identify a specific vehicle. And the question was, why can't DISA identify a specific vehicle earlier on in the process and provide that awareness? And so I wanted to just give you a chance to respond to that.
It's a great question. I think it really dives in very closely what Jason was just talking about with the rigor, which I should have got up and applauded in the program.
Just drop the mic.
Yeah, right. So with the acquisition planning that we do, so we put out a forecast. We have there's a lot of items even at FY23 first quarter that don't have a contract indicated. In the last 2 years, it's become a more complicated process for us. And there'll be a mic drop over to my friend Jason in a moment here. So there was a Tolliver case that talked about small business capability. So we shall and we will do small business capability, because Carlen's in the audience. She'll certainly throw something or run up the stage if I don't say this. We have and we will do our due diligence, excuse me, for the small business community. What the Tolliver, excuse me, what the Tolliver case said was, you need to see if small businesses are capable. Then you need to find a contract. So it can't be, I have an Encore contract and I have small business on the contract, so none of them can do it, so let me go to a large business. That's what happened in this case. I believe it might have been an Army case. The answer was, is no, you'll find every contract that has if small business is capable, you'll find every contract that has small business available on it, and you will make a competition with small business, or prove to me you can't. And when you say you can't, Small Business Administration, after Carlen's done, will grade our homework. That makes it a very complicated and time demand process. So that's what's in the background. We do our market research. Sometimes we need more deep market analysis, and we'll have to go back and ask questions of folks who may have submitted an RFI. Can you give more information about blank? The names we have is who responds to an RFI. That's where we go out and ask questions of our choice source of salt. So I think within the rigor, I think it does help. So the question becomes, well, just start earlier. Just start earlier. Well, we had all the time in the day. We could just start earlier. I think that's where some of the acquisition rigor, a lot of things Jason and I have talked about is, how do you start earlier? And I've heard, well, we need 18 to 24 months to prep. Well, yeah, but technology may have changed by then, and our entire strategy may have changed, right? We're trying to modernize as we move along. Well, let's say we want for in 2020, and let's buy it in 23. I don't need that anymore because the department doesn't need it, right? So there's a lot of competing factors. We hear you. We want to do it. I'm sure, Jace, you can add some of your thoughts from a PEO and a CA perspective, but it is a challenge. We do hear you. We know what you want. We know what you need. We work hard to provide that. You have anything you can add to help them?
Yeah, so it's critical thinking, right? So we talk daily, I think, about critical thinking. Are people really thinking about what's next, what's needed, and how they're doing it and when they're doing it? It comes back to the mentoring, the training, the overall awareness. So that's something we reinforce on a daily basis. The other thing is really understanding technology. So I was going to talk a little bit later, but I'll talk now about our collective relationship with Steve Wallace and what he's doing on the technology side of things. We've got some pretty good governance in place. We've got some pretty good processes. To Mr. Barnhurst's point about streamlining things, are we leveraging them enough? Are we using the experts in the government and in industry enough to help us prepare for these acquisitions and procurements? And I'm not sure, right? Every day I learn something new. We had a acquisition review board last week. I asked some questions, I got some answers, and I thought, I don't think Steve and I have talked about this. We probably should. So we did, realized we were slightly disconnected, came up with a way ahead and moved ahead. So those are the things I think, Doug, we need to be more proactive on my side, the acquisition side of the house, to say, hey, have we thought through this? Have we really given you everything we need? And from a requirements perspective, do we really understand them so you can move as quickly as possible? So I think that's work in progress, but it goes back to the training, overall critical thinking and awareness, accountability piece.
If I just add, I'd ask you to keep this thought in mind. Do you think I want a 1-year procurement process to buy something from solicitation to award? You think I want that? You think I want 2 years for Jason to have to go through modernization, or 2 years, 6 months to do his critical analysis for what works best for the department? We don't want this. We're making, I think, a lot of information from a lot of national leaders and a lot of the department to have a procurement process that they define the way that it's fair and equitable. We didn't choose the environment we're in. We both work hard with Chris as senior procurement executive to make that process efficient as possible. We're not asking to make this harder. We work hard, really hard on your behalf to make it, and really behalf of the warfighter that we support, to make it happen. So I'm sorry to overfix
So
it.
I'm glad you got my second title in there. I'm still waiting to see if they're going to pay me twice, but that's.
Well, speaking of that, do you want to tell us now about, is our bonus, is it like super big or super duper big this year? You know, since evaluations were done, so I'm just, do you
We've
have any
lost
comment,
control of the
please?
conversation, yeah. Well, for the people wearing ties, it'll be bigger, but.
Oh, yes, okay.
My
We
appraisal is
had a
not yet
discussion
in.
offline about whether we were going to zing Jason on the tie or not, but there it is, worked it in. All right, so we were talking a minute ago about acquisition rigor, right, and all that goes into that. And I think it was last year, right, the last 2 years really, you've heard us talk a lot about strategic program assessments, or SPAs, day at the SPA, which is our great way of describing a painful process of looking at programs in great detail and trying to determine what makes sense, what doesn't. But we've transitioned that now to really a new process, more probably sustainable, right? Can you talk about that from a integrated kind of portfolio review perspective?
Yeah, so I've been blessed with some really great military officers to get us kind of in line with how we're doing things in the various military departments. My prior military deputy for programs kind of helped us build out that SPA process based on General Skinner's guidance, and I think we did a great job of capturing requirements for all 200 plus programs. Yes, 200 plus. There's a lot going on. You know, Doug talked about how hard we work. How do we work smarter, right? So we spent 2 years baselining programs and projects throughout the agency, and I think we did a good job. I think we now have a really good understanding of where we are, where we need to be, looking at what we could maybe not do anymore as a portion that maybe we signed up to do, and slightly carried things on when maybe we could have shut them off a little sooner. So now that we've got that baseline, what we're starting to go back to our IAPRs, which are integrated reviews across the entire agency for a given program, and we're doing deep dives. So yes, the SPA was painful. However, what I've seen thus far is these IAPRs are not quite as painful, because now everyone has the information. We're all starting from the same page. Yeah, we ask some questions about, hey, how does this work? Who's the customer? Whatever the case may be. But we have the entire senior staff in these meetings, so they can ask questions. So I can look at any one of the J codes, or Roger and myself, and say, hey, did you know this? Are you tracking? What do you need from us? Can you help us here? And bringing those folks to the table on a weekly basis, I think, is going to be incredibly helpful. The other thing is, now that I've got folks back in the front office with me to go do the smaller program deep dives. So really for the IAPRs, we're focused on directors' priorities, which are some of the big ones, some of the ones that maybe aren't executing exactly the way we want them to. But the whole point is to help the PMs, to help the PMOs, to help agency, or to help industry deliver, right? So again, back to holding the PMs accountable. Have you done the coordination work in advance? Do you really understand what your requirements are? Do you understand the contract you're writing in conjunction with Mr. Packard's folks to deliver that capability? So I think as we go through and do these and get more ingrained again into the agency, I think we'll see more benefits. I think you will see clearer documentation, guidance, and strategic vision from us as a result, because now we've got the entire senior staff going through in detail where we are in a given program and where we're trying to go.
So just to drive that a little bit further, we talk about organizational, functional alignment, those kinds of things. But the reality along with that is almost every capability that we provide is cross-cutting, meaning it cuts across multiple aspects of the agency. So think about, you're going to host something in a data center. We've got transport involved with that. We've got facilities involved in that, security, right? There's a whole host of things that go into it. So can you talk a little bit, just expand on your previous thought on how we're leveraging cross-functional teams within the agency?
So I would say it's fast and furious and a learning experience, right? There's not a single person in this room that knows every nook and cranny and corner of DISA, right? I've been there 22 years. These gentlemen have been here a long time as well. a lot of folks in here have been involved with this a long time. It's a big agency. It's a complex agency. But I think the folks are committed to delivering, right? I mean, I think, again, we've got a great workforce. But from a cross-cutting perspective, what we really need is that open communication. So some of the things we're doing is, again, hosting PEO forums where all the PEOs come in. I'm also working with my J6 and J9 counterparts who have acquisition to say, hey, are you tracking this? Are you understanding? What do you need from us? Again, it's that open collaboration and communication. The other thing is I talked about resource sharing within PEOs, within acquisition, which is my organization, and then across the agency. So as we bring in recent college graduates, or we bring in interns, or we bring in new folks from the outside, from industry or other government agencies, are we making sure we're getting them to better understand the agency so they know quickly what they need to do, who they need to communicate with, and how they can help. The other thing is there's not a single meeting that goes by that I don't talk about with someone who comes in for mentoring or guidance or just wants to discuss, things in the agency. Have you volunteered for things? Are you bringing your A game? Are you really cross-collaborating with people? Have you communicated? Have you set expectations? Do you understand their expectations? Right? If we don't do that, we're not going to be able to deliver these incredibly complex capabilities. The director mentioned a few things earlier. Thunderdome, for example, that cuts across the entire agency. Every single person in the organization will be leveraging Thunderdome or will be part of the delivery or will be a part of the strategic vision for that capability. We flat out have to understand what it is and what it means to get there. So all those things we talk about and then sharing at senior level meetings how we're doing in a given area or not and what we need to do to improve, that happens on a daily basis. So I think, Chris, it's become more important. I think years ago about DISA and how siloed, it was perceived with the various PEOs and things. I think it's fundamentally changed. It's dramatically different, especially as we introduce the J codes, especially now as we pull the PEOs together. I think it sets us up for that path to make sure we are really doing the cross-cutting communication and strategic vision that we need.
And Jason, all that I say yes. Go for it.
So Doug, I was going to turn back to you. You mentioned earlier, you sort of alluded to everyone's favorite four-letter word, the PALT, right? The Procurement Action Lead Time. And one of the other questions that we often hear from industry is, I may have submitted a proposal. How long till I know whether I get an award or not, right? So can you just maybe expand on some of your previous thoughts in that space?
I can. Again, it's not a system I designed, but a system I work within. We're still hopeful that oral proposals can give a different dynamic to the equation. As recognized by industry writ large, we have complex requirements. We have complex technical evaluations. We need to understand what's going to be delivered, what's going to be promised. It takes a lot of time, a lot of due diligence. So when you're asking for, I want a forecast industry, I want all the PMs here to talk, they're here. So the next couple of days, I need a bunch of one-on-ones. The next couple of days, I'm going to IAPR. Those same individuals have to evaluate the proposal. So we want an IPR, we want to evaluate a proposal, or do we want a forecast industry? Because there's someone here in this audience, probably several more in this audience or in that program room, who today, if they weren't here, they'd be evaluating a proposal that someone here submitted, but they didn't. Why does the PALT take so long? Forecast industry. There's only, in your organization as well, there's only so much time that folks have. If it's a LPTA and it's quick, we love because it could be a quick award, but it's not best value, so I was disenfranchised somehow as an industry. It's best value trade-off. It's a very tedious evaluation. We will pay more for what we determine objectively to be superior performance. We'll pay a higher price. You shouldn't have done that. Maybe the responses from for any firm who did not win. So a lot of it is really based on the complexity requirement, the evaluation schema we put into it, and when we do our PALT and try to estimate our time, we will judge 2, 3, 4 max proposals. If we get in 10, it just extends. We don't make awards where there's a deficiency or something significant in proposals. We understand what's being delivered, because my tell to everyone is this: post-award, everything is sole source. You don't have competition anymore. Competition, you'll drive to a price point, you'll drive to a technical solution. Post-award, every contract is sole source, or a task order sole source. Well, we can talk about it, it's going to cost you more. And that's what we go through. We have funding problems, we go to a budget top line, and we have something we need for the next gen for the warfighter. And to go negotiations with one firm, sole source, can be tedious. And the folks at DITCO, they're tenacious negotiators. And they will wait, and they will ask a second, a third, and a fourth time until they think it's the best bargain for the agency. So a lot of factors go into it. Again, we did not make a system to make that slow. We work with the system we have, the number of proposals we get, how TISA evaluations, et cetera. So I hope that answers. If you have any questions, I'd certainly more to answer them one-on-one and any other different form we may have.
So one more for you from
Okay.
the frequently asked list.
Okay.
And it talks to our process for publishing which solicitations will be released, in the coming month, give or take. And some of the feedback was, hey, goodness that it's out there, but that list tends to be shorter than we would have expected. So I wonder if you could just give some insight into that.
Well, sure I can. So if you take, I know Carlen looked at this a couple times for me as well. So if you take FY23 and you take the number of opportunities we have, you take out where we have a sole source because JNA has justified it. You take out some 8As that are direct. That's the strategy. You take out some telecom, different orders we have that are going to a firm that's all that provide it. You take those out, and we have a number. I think the number was like 150. I think we got at one point, or probably a little bit lower than that. And if you do a straight line of how many you have over 12 months, it's what, about 7 or 8? I mean, the way that we did the math and what it came out, it's not you shove a lot. Those concerns, we had a couple questions specifically in September. Why are there none out there? Well, August, September, we're focused on awarding contracts, right? We have nothing to do but that. So the market research, it will take a second seat to that. So we looked at it. We think it's Carlen does put those out. You asked for it. She does it for us as a service to the DIC, which is great. I'm glad you recommend it. We have done it. There's other fine tuning. Certainly let us know. But we looked at the math. We figured the numbers they should be. First, we were like, wait a minute, that is small. We looked at the reasons why, and it looks to be about right. Again, if you want to speak to me offline, Carlen sees the stats. She sees all the data for us, and we're more than welcome to have any other dialogue you want. And if so, maybe something changes for the better that we can pour it out for next year.
All right, very good. So I'll wrap it up with this question over to you, Jason, and then if we have a few minutes, we'll take some questions certainly from the audience. So we've been talking a lot, obviously, about acquisition, the processes, the rigor that goes into that. I think we've all probably been in meetings with industry and government, present and said like, why did we write that way, right? Mm-hmm. We've like boxed ourselves into a certain construct that maybe isn't beneficial to the government and in many cases to the industry partner as well. So can you just talk a little bit before we take some questions from the audience on sort of requirements, quality, the review and rigor that goes into that, and what we're doing in this new construct to drive that up front?
Yeah, so I stood up on the stage last year and said, I'm going to tackle the contract writing challenge. So I don't know how many contracts we have, but there's a lot. There's more than I could tackle in a year. So we've focused on some of the high value items and some of the more visible items that are really department wide. I talked about cross-cutting initiatives and whatnot, but we've done a couple things differently. So again, we talked about acquisition rigor. We're doing a lot more detailed reviews with PMs on what the capabilities are they're trying to put out on the street. Mr. Packard, Ms. Daniels, and I go through metrics. How are we doing from a schedule perspective? How are we doing from meeting intent? How are we doing from an overall delivery? And then ensuring that we're meeting the evaluation criteria and doing what we need to do from a due diligence perspective to really get the right capability out the door. Again, I've placed people in strategic positions to go through and work directly with PMs and the folks inside the PMOs, not just the PMs, right? But the GS, 1 to whatever, to make sure that we are really asking the right questions and putting in the appropriate rigor. I think we've done a great job, Doug and I and the PEOs too, ensuring that we have put a little more rigor into the acquisition strategy, acquisition plan review process, right? So we've made a slight tweak on who's seeing what, when they're seeing it, to make sure that we are capturing all the latest information and to make sure we're getting what we really need in there. And then it goes back, I think it's complemented with the IPRs, the spas set us up for success, the enhanced focus on training. I'm going to talk a little bit later about some of the PM career development plan, a little more detail about what we're trying to do there. So I think all of that combined is helping us get after that contract piece. And then also as we start to come up on renewal terms, how did we do this in the past and why did we do it? Do we need to take a change? Here's what we learned from some recent procurements. Do we need to incorporate some of that industry best practice or knowledge? So I think all those things, Chris, I think across the senior staff and then down into the workforce, I think is contributing to positive change. At least that's the feedback we're getting initially.
Very good. Okay, so with that, we'll open up the floor and happy to take any questions.
I'll break you guys. We talked a lot about different types of vehicles, whatnot. Where do you folks stand on OTAs, utilization of existing OTAs with the service labs, things of that nature? Thanks.
You guys want to jump in first?
I can't address from the service lab perspective, but for an OTA, there are, and Vanessa McCullum can give you the more details of it at her table. There are certain criteria that must be met. It must be a non-traditional defense contractor. That could be a small business, ideally, with Carlen. That can be a firm who has not had a CAS, which is the Cost Accounting Standards compliance for, I believe it's 1 year. That's the first thing for who can participate. But there's very specific guidance in the AA. I think it's broad in a good way. You have to have something novel, different, and unique that hasn't been done in the department before. That's really the litmus test. The requests come in. We get several that come in any given quarter. We have several. It goes through. Vanessa has a brilliant team that does these. They go through. They take a look at it. With the interest of OTAs have been very, very successful for the department and for DISA writ large. But can we make that happen? Legal takes a very tedious review because if it's not right, someone will object, right? But that's the process we go through. We make sure we meet the linchpins we do and something new, and they meet the non-traditional test. We'll put the RFI and go from there. But they've been very successful. I hope that answers your question, but they've been very successful. The service labs, I don't know the details, but all the parts of the department basically use the same thought process for an OTA.
So, yeah, let me add to it from the acquisition process perspective. So it's all based on requirements, right? So we get requirements. We talk to Doug's team. We definitely talk to Vanessa, because she knows. She keeps us legal. But it is all about the requirements. The other thing that's interesting that industry probably isn't tracking as much is we need to work with A&S to make sure that we're doing it properly, and we're utilizing the proper now adaptive framework to do things. So that also plays into it. How are we doing things? How are we meeting milestones? Are we looking for minimum viable products, minimum viable capabilities? When are we looking for them? What's the best way to get after that? Does A&S approve of our approach to do that? So again, I talked about really strengthening our AS and AP processes. Doug and I are in lockstep on that, what needs to happen. We make sure we go to A&S as a joint unit to say, hey, here's what we're trying to do and why. And they come back and say, okay, this looks good, or let's think about this for this program, et cetera. So it's a little more complex than maybe perceived by industry, just based on rules, regulations, and guidelines, policy across the department. But back to, it all depends on requirements, which is exactly why we're trying to put so much rigor up front on ensuring that we know what we're trying to do.
Yeah, I think the only thing I would add is, in my mind, I think OTA, I think speed to capability and the ability to ask industry how they would solve a problem, right? And something like a statement of objectives where you can, in essence, say, here is what I'm trying to do, right? Tell me, industry, how you would deliver and actually execute that. Kind of simplifies the process. So I think that's where we derive some of the value, out of an OTA kind of a process.
And with that point, so can you do all that with a FAR-based contract? Sure you can. It's very tedious and it's very litigious. And that's why contract officers writ large are leery to do it. Because it's very litigious and it's a very, very tedious process. And the fluidity of an OTA, which is exempt from the FAR principles except for a few. It's hard. You can do it, but it's hard. We do statement objectives. Statement objectives means you've submitted to us a PWS of 50 pages. Every page and every sentence has to be read and agreed to of a delivery and how the firm's going to form. So you write the PWS. That's hard to do because it has to go through that very litigious, very tedious FAR process where there's not a lot of orals. It's usually back and forth on ENs. So you can do it. We just found that it's been very hard to do, and OTAs kind of break out of that mold.
Hello, sirs. Let's get a question from online. We have a question. How is the new DISA J2 coordinating with the intel agencies as far as capabilities are concerned?
So we have coordinated with the intel community writ large, whether it be OSD INS or some of the intel agencies specifically. On the stand-up of the J2, there are specific authorities needed to hire intel personnel. That's what we're working with INS on. They've indicated support, for the kind of capability that we're looking to stand up. It's probably worth noting we are not looking to be an intel agency, right? So we are not the producers of intelligence products in that sense. What we're really looking to do is have a strong team dedicated to fusing all of the intelligence that's available into products that are meaningful for the terrain on which DISA operates.
Okay, we also have, which J unit does the C2 portfolio, specifically Global Command and Control Systems, fall under in the new reorganization?
Falls under PEO services.
Yeah, PEO services under acquisition. So that did not move. That remains under Ms. Bean.
We also have, who decides what to buy, J3 or J6 or the PEOs?
So that was who decides what to buy?
Correct.
It depends on the requirement. So it depends on where the requirement comes in. I mean, I could answer, you could give me 200 different requirements and I may give you 200 different answers. So it really depends on what, but ultimately, acquisition is driven and delivered by the acquisition organization, the 4 PEOs, and J6 and J9, depending on the requirement.
Right. So yeah, for clarity there, right, one thing we did not do is attempt to take acquisition out of every organization in all cases and move it under a PEO. Because of the functional capabilities that the J6 is delivering when we talk desktop services across all classification levels, global service desk capabilities, et cetera, there are acquisition activities that occur in that organization, but under the oversight of Jason in his CAE component acquisition executive hat. Similarly, J9 or the hosting and compute organization has acquisition activities, but overseen by the CAE.
Okay, this will be the last question. It's for Mr. Packard, and it has 3 parts.
Thank you, gotta go.
All right,
Time
well,
for a
this
break.
concludes our.
For your recent turn to using more slides, Oral's Mythology, are you modeling after GSA Fedism or some other program?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
For your recent turn to using more slides, Oral Mythology, are you modeling after GSA Fedism or some other program?
I'm not sure what the more slides refers to, but the general answer is no. We're not
Orals?
modeling.
Oral presentations, the slides?
Oral presentation? No, we're not necessarily modeling off of GSA. I believe the team has looked across the federal government writ large of what best practices may be, but it's not to specifically follow GSA.
Okay, the part 2 is, should we expect to see more?
Oral proposals, yes. Oral presentations, it takes quite a bit more time and resources, so that I don't know. I think oral proposals certainly. We're trying to work out the right time frame with, even for a large business, a technical proposal and a presentation. It's doable, but I want to be very sensitive, as does the DITCO team, to the amount of time and resources to make the award and not take a lot of extraneous time. It could be going through some type of, this is thinking out loud now, some type of down select to several apparent successful offers, and maybe going from that point to have the final dialogue. That's just an off the cuff answer, but oral proposals, yes. Oral presentations, likely, but maybe not as many as oral proposals. And you had one more part, ma'am?
Part 3 was currently answered in your description.
Okay.
So for that, we thank you, gentlemen. Thank you again, Mr. Barnhurst, Mr. Packard, and Mr. Martin. At this time, we invite our industry partners to visit the program networking tables located in the Warfield room as we take a 50-minute break. Please be in your seats by 10:20 for Ms. Carlen Capenos' Office of Small Business Program presentation.
Do it. Yeah. I gotta go to the bathroom. Go ahead. No, I'm asking to see if I can do the job.
It's a long trip. It's a long trip. And then this, because of this, I didn't want to.
check 1 2, testing 1 2. Mic check 1 2, testing 1 2. Check 1 2, testing 1 2. Mic check 1 2, testing 1 2. Check 1 2, testing 1 2. Mic check 1 2, testing 1 2. Check 1 2, testing 1 2. Mic check 1 2, testing 1 2. That's good.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you enjoyed the break and took some time to head to the program networking area. Now, please welcome Ms. Carlen Capenos, Director of Office of Small Business Programs.
Good morning, folks. Well, thank you. Thank you. As I was introduced, my name is Carlen Capenos, and I am DISA's Director of the Office of Small Business Programs. And I was going through, as I was trying to figure out what I wanted to talk about, so I went through the stuff I've talked about, and I'm like, well, let's not repeat ourselves. This is my 6th time that I've had the opportunity to speak to the audience, which is small business, large business, some of my own DISA folks with me too. And so as I'm figuring out what to say, what can be value added to an audience, what do they want to hear, I went back to my team and I went back to businesses that I've talked to and kind of came up with the common themes of what are the things that we're talking about? What's on the minds of folks that call us for information or for guidance or for advocacy? And it turned out that the stuff that we've been talking about over the last year kind of falls into 3 different buckets. What keeps small businesses up at night? What small businesses think about that large businesses don't think about? And what small businesses want DISA to know that keep them up at night, that they think about that small businesses don't, things that they want us to know they'd like us to improve it. So we're going to talk a little bit today about the good, the bad, and the ugly. I will preface this with, you've heard some talk about some of the topics already this morning. You're going to hear a little bit about it this afternoon, because what happens is that as I was socializing what I wanted to say here to make sure that the DISA team was on board with it and that we weren't giving black eyes to DISA on stuff, the commonality of the themes that we're going to talk about when I went to the DISA folks that are involved in this, putting this together and reviewing the topics, the conversations became, yeah, we recognize that. We hear that. We know that. Yes, it's a problem and we have a solution. Yes, it's a problem that we don't have a solution. Yes, it's a problem, but it's not our problem to solve, or it's not a problem from our perspective. And so we're going to talk about all those things in here. And so what I'm telling you right now is I don't have all the answers. But what I'm hoping you'll take away from it is that there are things that keep us up at night too, and a lot of them are very, very similar to what keeps you up at night. The other thing is that I want you to take away that while we don't have solutions to all of these issues, concerns, problems, we hear you. We hear you at my level, we hear you at the director's level, we hear you in contracting, and we are holistically working on all of it to be better. And to remember that our whole goal is that we need to be serving our warfighter, and that's the end goal. So with all of that, I'm going to start with the good. You can see from the slides, this is our FY23 small business achievements. Green is always good. So you can see from the chart, we exceeded all the federal goals. We exceeded all the DoD goals and came pretty darn close to hitting and exceeding all of our DISA small business goals. We missed that small disadvantaged business by 0.26 percentage points, and I'm going to whine a little bit in here because that is the one target we're not allowed to actually aim at, even though they expect us to hit it. So what that means is we can't directly set aside for small disadvantaged businesses, so trying to capture that number, coming in at it sideways, I count it as a win. I think we did really great. Also want to point out that if you look at the 2 stars, what that means is in the hub zone category, we set a new DISA record for the highest percentage that we've ever done and the most dollars that we've ever done. And so I think that's pretty remarkable. If you've heard me talk before, you'll know that percentages to me, are not a measure of success, because a percentage is really based on a denominator that we don't control. As a reimbursable organization or an organization that gets assigned our priorities of what we're going to do, we can't always control the dollars we're going to spend, but we can control the dollars that we award. And so for me, a better measure of success or improvement or where we are is really reflected on the dollars that we award directly to the small businesses. So for me, that $1.86 billion, I think that's that's our number two. We didn't quite set a record on it, but it was a phenomenal achievement. 29.25% is nothing to sneeze at all. I think that's a remarkable achievement against a 25% goal. But as much as it was really lovely to get all the accolades this morning from the director, I will tell you that these achievements are not because of me. They are not my goals. I don't own them. They are a DISA-wide goal. They are an industry goal, and it shows the remarkable teamwork between our office, our contracting folks, and industry, that we cannot set aside requirements if you don't respond to us with your capabilities and your interest in doing it. So, again, it was lovely to hear that these are mine and I did it, but clearly I did not. So thank everybody in the room for that. I think we need to give ourselves an applause for the numbers. Okay, next slide, please, and we'll get into the things that we're going to talk about in the next 4 slides. What keeps small business owners up at night, what small business owners think about that large businesses don't, and then what small business owners want our DISA leadership to know and to hear. All right, so I polled a bunch of small businesses and I asked them these questions, and on the next slide we'll show you kind of the overlying themes. And again, when I was socializing this throughout our agency, the conversations became, well, they keep us up at night too. And so what we did is, instead of just having what keeps small business up at night, we kind of paralleled it to how it relates to what keeps us up at night. The number one thing that everybody talks about and how it affects how they do business and making decisions and the things that truly keep them up at night was the economy, inflation. It affects all of us no matter what seat we're sitting in. Just go to a grocery store and look at the prices of things. But the inflation it affects decisions that we make. Interest rates, a recession, a looming recession, how things are going, keeps you up at night, and probably some large businesses too. But for us at DISA, the economy keeps us up at night too. The cost of everything, the supply chain. Even coming out of COVID, we're not 100% back to where we are. Can we get the things that we need now to serve our warfighter? I know it's not polite to talk about politics, but we can't really get around it because the politics drive policies and they drive budgets. And it's things that keep small businesses up at night. But it also keeps us up at night. Are we going to have enough money for the things that we asked for several years ago based on the budget cycle? Is there going to be a budget? I'll say that quiet part out loud. And so for us, when we're planning our executions and when we put solicitations out, those of you who know federal contracting, we can't put a new requirement out without a budget. And if we do, we have to put it out there where we shift the risk from us to you, which then makes you have to make decisions based on you owning that risk on whether you propose and when it needs to be done and when it can be awarded. So those are the things that keep us up at night. We already heard about the cost of everything. You heard it now. I've already talked about it. The high cost of everything. Everything costs more. It affects how you make decisions. You heard this morning about all of us looking for that talent, the labor shortage, the experience shortage, finding qualified employees, turning over for a lot of different reasons. I'm going to talk about that a little bit further in the next slide. But that's the same problem. We're all fighting for the same resources and the same assets when it comes to the human capital. Do more with less, but you still need qualified people that can execute the work. Small businesses worry about sustaining what they have. Sustaining means being able to make payroll for your employees who count on that paycheck to buy food, to put their kids through school, put gas in the car, heat their bills. And if they can't make payroll, then they have to lay people off. Now, does that put a talented person back in the pool for somebody else to hire? Maybe, maybe not. But not just sustaining. Most companies are incorporated and in business to grow. And that's what keeps them up at night based on everything else that we're talking about. For us, it's about shifting priorities. Today we're heading down the road in this direction, and our priorities are 1, 2, and 3. Something happens, and now we have to pivot, and now we're looking at X, Y, and Z. Did we get new resources? Do we get new people with these capabilities, or do we just have to take this and go, maybe, maybe not? So those are the things that we worry about. We serve, as you know, we're a reimbursable organization, and we take our direction from the DoD CIO. He has his priorities. We take our direction with the contract vehicles that the contract requirements that come in from anybody who can bring money to us to execute, and then all of the stuff that we own, operate, maintain, and do. But you heard already this morning the budget line is stagnant at best. Who makes the decisions of what's priority? And is that person different than who makes a priority tomorrow? Yes. Rising customer expectations. When I was socializing this, it was like, well, what do you mean? We're like, well, we want more with less, and we want better, faster, agile, more efficient, and we want all of that. And our expectation is that working with industry, we can achieve all that. So we awarded you this contract and do it better, faster, more. We want more. We want this. We want that. We have higher expectations. We don't want just acceptable. We want excellent. We want great. We want what we want, and we want it better. And internally, they're like, well, Carlen, our customers want that from us. They want that acquisition executed faster. They want less money. They want it now. They want us to be better. They want us to be faster. So we share that same expectation to be better. We just get it from our bill payers, from Congress, from DoD CIO, and we in turn push that down onto you. So it's again a different perspective, but they are things that keep us up at night and keep you up at night as well. And finally, acquisition. This is where we started down a different road of a different conversation on whether it's a problem, whether it's an issue, or not. And so small business come to our office, and we talk often about consolidation and bundling. And in that perspective, it's always bad. What it means is that we're taking requirements and we're putting them together. And even we don't do bundling, and we haven't done bundling since I've been there, so I'll take that off the table. But even when we're consolidating stuff and leaving them as small business set-asides, we might consolidate 2 requirements, or 3, or 4, or 6. And so the one company that wins it, that's great. That's fantastic. But there were 5 other opportunities that are now unavailable to other small businesses. And so from that point of view, it's not good. But when I talked to my counterparts, they're like, consolidation isn't bad. And their point of view is that, 1, the DoD strategic plan says streamline, do things better, faster, more efficiently, save money. Consolidation can meet all of those objectives. If you've read our strategic plan, you'll see that that's in there too. We need to be better, we need to be faster, and we need to be more efficient. And then I go, yeah, but FAR Part 19 says we should break everything up to the smallest amount so that small businesses can compete. And they're like, well, we're still doing that because we don't do bundling. And I'm like, true. But so this one is one where it's a matter of perspective. You've already heard this morning about our reorganization, and we'll talk about that a little bit later too. When we reorg and requirements and programs shift, those contracts too have to shift to put them back where they belong, and sometimes it's separating requirements to put this piece here and that piece there and put them together with other stuff. And that is a good business decision. Those are things that we should be doing. So the perspective on whether consolidation is good, bad, or indifferent depends upon where you sit and what your point of view is. So everybody wins and everybody loses on that one. Sole source awards. If you're an 8A getting direct awards, that's pretty good. That's excellent. But if you've graduated the 8A program and your work's staying in the 8A program and you can no longer compete on it, maybe not a great idea. We award big, large SATOCs, and Mr. Packard already said this morning, after a contract award, every modification after that becomes a sole source award. Well, think about it when we have sole source task orders out there. I promise you they're not cheaper. And sometimes I can tell you that they're not faster. But from a small business standpoint, when somebody owns a SATOC, they own all that work for that 5 or 10 year period. So when you're trying to compete for work and there's less opportunities, that's not a good thing. On our side, the conversation went a little like this. Well, when I have everything integrating and everything coming in and going through this and it has to be boom, boom, boom now, I need that one belly button to make it happen. So the answer of whether sole source contracts, and I'm not even talking about the brand names and the proprietary requirements, I'm talking about sole source in general. Whether it's a good thing or whether it's a bad thing is, again, your perspective, your point of view. Are you the recipient of that sole source? Probably not a problem. But as a taxpayer, we still need to be looking for the right answers. And so for that one, whether it's good or bad is the standard government answer of it depends. Unfair competition and unlevel playing fields. I have this conversation a lot. Sometimes I agree with people that what they're telling me is probably true and probably did happen. Other times I'm like, there's no way that happened. and I'll go back and ask them, like, did this really happen? And they're like, no, this is what happened. And so sometimes it's a perception, not a reality. And the hard part is that we strive to be there. But in competition, there are some things that are inherently unfair, like the incumbent who is working the requirement. They clearly know what the pain points are. They clearly know what's going well, and they clearly know what's not going well on their current contract. And they probably have a good idea of things that need to change to be better. And so does that incumbent who is identifying the pain points to us and the things that need to be fixed and be corrected and need to be better or just need to be different, how do you level that playing field? Well, one thing we can do is put PWSs out earlier and sooner. And we'll get to that on the next slide. My point here when I talk to the folks internal to DISA on what keeps you up at night about acquisition? And you've heard some of those this morning already. Accountability, like who's in charge of what? How do we make this better? How do we own being better? Because I said earlier, we have rising customer expectations as well. Fairness, that they hear that too. How can we be fair with our resources, with our time constraints, with that one subject matter expert that everybody needs his subject matter expertness on the PWS, on the source selection, on the operating and sustaining the current existence. And so we too struggle with all of these, and consolidation for internally is not necessarily a dirty word. And single awards, I can argue either side of it, and again, standard government answer, it depends whether it's a good idea. All right, so the next part is what do small businesses think about that large businesses probably don't? So before I start, how many of you work for a small business? How many of you work for large businesses? Okay, so I'm really talking to you guys. So I hear from small businesses that they think about, did that loan get approved? I need that loan, I need that line of equity to make payroll this month. Something didn't work out, something didn't come in, but I'm trying to keep all my employees employed, and I'm tapped out on my personal bank accounts, and I need that loan to float it so I can make payroll until my invoice gets paid. I don't know that large businesses think about that. I mean, seriously, going down to the bank, taking out a loan in their name or in the business name. The next thing that they think about, that this one probably small business or large business thinks about, but do we have enough work coming in to grow and thrive? Probably everybody worries about that. Will the government or prime contractor love my employees so much they'll hire them? I get calls, hey Carlen, I'm having a disincentive put against me because I have 2 seats not filled. I'm like, well, was that in the contract? Yes. Okay, what do you want me to do about it? Well, it's not really fair because we've placed 8 people and you guys have hired 6 of them. I'm like, oh, that's not cool. Okay. So we do see people moving from small business to DISA to large business, you know, and again, when the supply is less than the demand, you can do that. But what happens is a lot of these small businesses have come to me and they're like, really, all we are now is a recruitment agent for the prime contractor. We give them resumes and they're great. We went out, we did all that hard work. We do have a work share. We're going to provide 6 FTEs on this, but every time I give them a viable candidate, they hire them themselves. And so those are things that small business worries about that maybe large business doesn't, and maybe we don't either. The next thing is, how do I get my invoice approved when the COR is on leave for 3 weeks? Okay, this one I do have the answer for. Come to me in my office and we will help you figure that one out. That's one problem that we can help you get solved pretty quickly. I know we switch KOs, I know we switch cores, but your payment is something that we can help you with. So that one, ask me. But I've never heard of an instance where a large business could or would wait 3 weeks till the core comes back to approve the invoice and wide area workflow to get them paid. All right, then here's one, and I hope large businesses are listening to me. This one might get another applause, maybe. But will the large business that I helped write the proposal, that my name's included, that I have a teaming arrangement with, will they, when they win that contract, will they honor the work share agreements? This happens all the time. I get calls saying, hey, Carlen, can you help me out here? I'm like, well, I'll see what I can do. Well, we're in the winning proposal. We helped write this one part of it, and they won, and now we're not getting any work. Like, well, did you have a teaming arrangement? Well, yeah, but it's kind of soft. It kind of says, if we win, then maybe we'll get this stuff. I'm like, well, you need to write better teaming agreements, folks. But on the flip side of that, when I go back and say, I look at the proposal, I'm like, oh yeah, they were in it, they were in the participation plan, they were in the subcontracting plan, and why aren't they getting work? And then I say, well, do I have your permission to go to the contracting officer to ask the question? And they're like, nope. I'm like, why not? And they're like, we don't want to burn that bridge. And I'm like, kind of seems like the bridge is already burned. And they're like, no, 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 no. So what I'm saying here to large businesses that are in here is that stop doing that, please. Your small businesses want to work with you and are afraid that you will burn a bridge with them if they go forward to say, this is what you promised. So please honor your commitments. That's what I'm asking out loud, and I'm saying please. All right. Small businesses think about, what if I don't win that contract? But they also think about, what if I do win that contract? I need to place 35 bodies in 30 days. I don't think large businesses worry about winning the contract. They probably worry about not winning it. Government regulations, we already heard today, we have this many. Often they conflict. Large businesses might have whole divisions that keep an eye on all that. Small businesses don't. And so they need to be compliant, especially in today's world. We talked about Thunderdome already, zero trust. We talk about keeping up. CMMC is going to come at some point. And even if it doesn't, cybersecurity is paramount. And so you have to be up to date on all of that. And you don't necessarily have all the resources to hit all of them. Being measured on metrics and check marks instead of proven capabilities. I might be the best small business that can do X, but this other small business over here that can sort of kind of do X, they are small business, hub zone, women-owned, service disabled, small disadvantage. So they can give a $1 million contract and get 5 check marks where I just get 1. So the company picks this company instead of the best one. Some will say we do it too when we further set aside small business. So I recognize the fact that, should we be looking at the most capable or the one that meets our metric? All right, now into the fun stuff. All right, this is the things that small businesses want DISA to know. Now, some of you have already heard, so the good news is that we are looking at it. So if I could get the next slide, please. You guys want us to be better at acquisition. Here's what I promise you. We too want to be better at acquisition. We talked some about this. Companies, small businesses are like, Carlen, you guys are killing me. When you start a contract, a solicitation, and then you stop it, and then you delay it, and then you cancel it, and then you postpone it, and then for the love of God, you bridge it. We do that. We know we do that. We don't want to do that. I promise you we plan, but sometimes things change. And we do want to be better at that. You've already heard about some of the steps we're taking to be more process-oriented and all of that. And that, too, is a DISA ownership thing. It's not just the contracting folks that are missing marks. It's the program changing their mind, realizing something's not available. It's shifting priorities. It's not having a budget. All those things factor into it. But we recognize it. We want to be better, and we're working at being better. You've already heard about PWSs. We're trying to be better. We're trying to look at ways to be better, to have them more complete. This past year, our office hosted a small business to come in and talk to our contracting folks and our program folks to talk and walk them through the business making process. How do you make a decision to bid or no bid? And how does it affect your decision making? Where do you look at your capture and the likelihood of winning? And one of the things that we talked about afterwards was when you have more information earlier, it makes your proposal and your chance of winning higher. And the easiest thing to do is put the PWS out earlier. And so the contracting folks made the decision that, yeah, you know what, if we have a PWS ready at the sources sought notice, let's put it out. If we know we're going to SETI small business, give it to them, let them give us feedback. The same thing with Encore Small Business. So we've taken that step to get that out earlier. If we're going through and waiting for funding before we can put a solicitation out, or finalizing some review, or waiting for some document, and we know it's going to be 2 weeks, throw the draft RFP out so you can start socializing. So we've heard you on that, and we're doing those kinds of things. The evaluation, changing from a best value trade-off to an LPTA, we hear this often, that it feels like when you're going through multiple rounds of ENs, and when you get the debrief, it feels like everybody was rated the same, and then you pick the lowest. And again, some of that's perception. Some of it is reality. That is not our intent. But we recognize that that's what it looks like, that's what it feels like, and that's what's happening. And we hear you that what you want is one and done. Put a proposal in, do 1 round of ENs, and then pick the best value and do the trade-off. Don't keep doing it until we all get it right. If you can't fix a proposal after the first set of discussions, then you're not the best value to the government. Proposal due dates being more reasonable. I got a call July 4th weekend. Carlen, are you kidding me? You guys, it's 4 o'clock on Friday before a holiday weekend and you're dropping a proposal? Did you do that on purpose? I'm like, I promise you we didn't. I promise you we didn't. But some of that stuff does come out, and giving you realistic timelines to do it, answering questions faster. We hear you. We hear you. We talk about it. Administrative rules that are made to make sure you follow them, and if not, kick you out. Are we losing great proposals because they forgot to convert a document to a PDF from a Word? We have those discussions. We don't always agree on that, but we hear you. We hear what you're saying. Project management, who's in charge of what? I'm not going to add to anything that Jason Martin said about what we're trying to do to ensure that our PMs are all speaking the same language and off the same sheet of music. We recognize that sometimes we confuse you about who's in charge of what. The switching of personnel, contracts might have multiple KOs, cores, and PMs. We recognize that. We're trying to limit it to the best that we can. Fully funding options. We'd like to do that too. Taking one action to fully fund a whole year would be amazing, but we don't get our funding that way. And so we too would like to do it. It's less contract administration for us, and it's easier to plan out how you execute work as well. I'm not going to beat the consolidation of work to death. Here are some things that DISA leadership with regard to small business support. And you heard our director ask you, I don't know if he said please, but I know he meant it. Large business, please subcontract more. That is the best way to develop capabilities, to gain experience, asking you to sponsor facility clearances. We need your help in keeping our defense industrial base alive. So please, large businesses, small businesses want DISA leadership to ask large business to subcontract more. So I'm going to ask, please, subcontract more technical, complex pieces of work. I do look at your ESRS submissions. There's an incredible amount of goose eggs across the board. We are watching. We haven't really been enforcing it, but I will tell you, you're not doing well. Please do better. All right, reorganizing. You want us to stop reorganizing. So I do too. It makes me have to change my slides. It makes me have to learn more, and because we explain it to small businesses. So we would like to not reorganize every couple years, but you heard why we did it today. There's always a rational reason behind why we're doing it. And then they would also like us to stop doing multiple year bridges. That's another one where we would too. We agree with you on that. All right, and then the next slide, and we'll wrap this up on some other stuff. Next slide, please. Small business ask us to eliminate barriers to entry. They would like us to use the contract vehicles that they have, and if they don't have them, they would like FAR Part 15. That's one of those where we make the decision on acquisition vehicle at the instant procurement after market research is done. And I promise you, whatever decision that is made will make somebody happy, and it will make somebody else unhappy. That's a no-win situation. We already talked about sponsoring FCLs, setting aside OTAs for small business. OTAs don't fall in the FAR, so it's not a mandatory thing to do. We can do it. I know small businesses want OTAs. I don't know if it's because we set it aside or because they just had the best solution for us. And another thing we get called on sometimes to say, hey, there's this weird certification in this requirement that we know the incumbent has, but nobody else does, but we can't figure out how it's tied to the PWS. So stop doing things like that that subtly tip your hat that maybe we want the incumbent, and again, that perception or maybe a reality of an unlevel playing field. Again, come to my office, we'll ask the question, how does it tie? Or you ask the question to the KO, how does this certification tie to the PWS? And if it doesn't, we'll take it out. Promoting fair competition, again, that need for a level playing field. We get the best solutions when everybody has the ability to bring a solution to the table. Again, is the playing field not level, or is it a perception that it's not level? You know, perception's reality. We recognize that, we hear you, we talk about these things, and we try to fix them where we can or explain it where we can't. And we've already talked about the performance evaluation versus the check marks, and then the accountability, rewarding those who do well and unreward people that don't do well. All right, so that was all not pleasant stuff. And I thought, if I'm going to be up here talking about all of these things, what do I want you to take away from it? And so if we go to the next slide, for small businesses, I think what I want you to take away from this, or I hope you take away from this, is that there is no easy button. Even if you have 8A, it's an easier button, but it's not an easy button. Federal contracting is hard. For large businesses, I'll say it again, please subcontract more. Please sponsor facility clearances to companies that you want to work with long term, and honor your commitments. If someone helped you write a proposal and you led them to believe they would get a work share, you should give them that work share. And DISA, what I would say to you and to me, because I'm DISA, we need to improve our acquisition process. I promise you, we work on it every day. Improving PWSs, we're trying. I think we're making progress. It's a long road to get down. And provide information earlier. I've seen this year where we're doing that. We're going to continue to do that. And finally, for all of us, we need to remember who we serve. We need to remember why they serve. And ultimately, we need to remember that we are all on the same team. All right. So I want to leave you with a couple did you knows to kind of like lighten this up a little bit. Did you know that in FY21, DISA awarded $321 million to small business? This year, this last fiscal year, we awarded more than that in 3 categories, the SDV, OSB, and small business, I guess 2. So that's showing you how much we've grown, how much more direct contracts to small business that we're doing, and that again, we can't do that without our small businesses that can execute the work, and we still need you. In FY21, we awarded $885,000 to hub zones. Yes, that's 1,000. This past year, our record-setting year, $283 million in the hub zone category. That's excellent. And did you know that in direct response to your feedback, we now publish our forecast quarterly? Instead of once a year or twice a year, we update it 4 times a year, and it's always available on DISA.mil. Also, in response to your direct feedback, we are now identifying when we make an acquisition, if it's a set-aside or not, what contract vehicle, the contracting point of contact to make sure that you can contact them on how we're going to release the solicitation, whether we're sending it directly to those interested, whether we're posting it on FAR Part 15, on sam.gov, whether we're putting it to vehicle portal. And we tell you about when it's going to come out. We'll even tell you if it was on the forecast and if we changed a name. And I'll leave you with this last gee whiz fact because I thought it was pretty cool. Did you know that this year DISA awarded a contract where every capable small business won a contract? It's this kind of thinking outside of the box from our contracting personnel that enable small business to thrive in DISA. And an even better caveat, they wrote the solicitation that says, if you become capable of executing this highly technical, ever-evolving work, and you meet the qualifications, we'll add you to the contract via an on-ramp. So those are the things that our contracting folks are really trying to make it easier for you to do business with us. And so I know that was all a little not great news. But again, what I want you to take away from you is that you are very important to us. We do listen to you. And we hope you continue to come to events like this and better yet propose on our work. Thank you.
Ma'am, Ms. Capenos, we have a question for you.
Okay.
How can small businesses bring their capabilities and experience to the Thunderdome implementation, or will all work be performed by Booz Allen Hamilton?
You absolutely can. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to punt that one. Appreciate the phone a friend. Anything else?
That's
all right,
ma'am.
We have a booth over in the program area. Come over, talk to us, get more information if you're new and want to know how to do business with us. And with that, I will exit and bring up my friend Steve Wallace for y'all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Stephen Wallace, Chief Technology Office and Director, Emerging Technology Directorate.
Good to see you. It's been a while. Hey, good job. Thanks for taking care of me.
All right. So I'll start by answering that first question about Thunderdome. The reality is, and the director talked a little bit about it this morning, that the Thunderdome has grown beyond sort of the network-centric approach that we looked at when we did the initial prototype. And it's grown into something a whole lot more than that, the all-encompassing, right? To achieve zero trust, it's really an end-to-end chain of capabilities. So will it be done by one company? No. It will be done by an entire agency, and it will be an all-of-agency effort in order to get us there. So don't just think about that one vehicle. That was our first foray. We had to start somewhere, but now we're looking at other capabilities and how we expand the overall way that we defend the DoDN. So we're going to get to the tech watch list. You can actually throw it up right now if you'd like. We can have that up in the background. But I wanted to start by talking through a few things. Jason was up here this morning and talked about the PM Pathways program. I am, obviously more on the technical end of things. We are looking to do something very similar on the technical side and sort of drive that what we are calling the technical chain of command that the agency has never officially had. So we're actually in draft right now. It's out with a number of the technical directors. We have the agency technical chain of command document that's going around. One thing that I want to highlight from there, although he's actually at FCA PAC today, we have a new category, if you will. You'll start to see a new title floating around the agency. Although we had it years ago, but it's the deputy CTO title. And so Corey Seville in the J9 is our first deputy CTO in the agency in some time, and that's part of that refactoring of that technical chain of command. So when you see that floating around, he's our deputy CTO for compute, and the goal is eventually to have deputy CTOs in many of our major categories across the agency. The other thing that I wanted to point out, and that we're really pressing hard on in the agency, is the yin-yang relationship of the programmatic or the PM and the technical staff, right? Again, coming from a technical background, you can't leave us to our own devices to deliver capability, because we will continually polish that rock until it's nothing but dust. On the other side, the programmatic, they need that technical backing and that sort of technical help. Every successful program that I've seen has had a strong PM and a strong technical lead. So you're going to see the agency focus more on that as we go forward, and then again, that yin to yang sort of relationship. We're also in the midst of we've got our first draft. We need to do a little bit of work, but we're putting together our technical strategy for the agency. And it'll be complementary to the agency's overall strategy, but coming at it from more of a technical direction. And I wanted to hit on the three main things that are in there, and that we'll be pressing a lot on, and we need your help with. So there's three main areas. First is simplify. You heard the director speak about it at the very end this morning. Gone are the days of best of breed for every given capability, and then the attempt often failed to integrate all of them together and hoping for the best. What you end up with is a fragile system that when one thing goes out of whack or one thing changes, it never goes well for anyone. So we're driving hard to simplify. One of my favorite quotes is from Colin Chapman. For any of you who don't know, he founded Lotus Motor Cars back in the, I think, 60s. His quote was always simplify and add lightness. And I love that quote. One, I'm a car guy at heart. But it's really about that absolute drive to simplify a capability. That doesn't mean that it's easy. It actually becomes more difficult. But getting down all the way as deep as you can within the capability to simplify it as much as possible, that adds the robustness, that adds the survivability and scalability. The next is integrate. I mentioned about being gone are the days of best of breed in any given category, but integration across the agency, right? So what's going on across the agency? One of our biggest programs, DoDNet. Been talking to them quite a bit frequently, and we are really looking to bring an all-of-agency approach to how we help that mission space expand and deliver capability for the department. But how are we integrating our capabilities and making sure that all of the technical capabilities are not duplicated and are consistent? The last is iterate, that notion of continuous improvement. We have to, and we need your help as you're bidding on contracts, as you're bidding on capabilities. How are we going to continue to deliver capability in a meaningful, rapid way, and not let things, okay, we delivered it, and now it goes stale for the next several years. So those were the main things that I wanted to hit on. That's sort of where we're headed at from a technical mindset in the agency, and we really need your help as we're driving some of those things. So without further ado, and realizing that nothing stands between you and your, I guess, your cheeseburger, although you'll tell your spouse you had a salad. Not that I would ever do that. So let's get into some of the bullets here on the tech watch list. I'll highlight some of the new ones for FY24, and then we'll take some questions. We can dive deeper into any ones that we didn't hit on, that sort of thing. So starting on the outer band, for those who aren't familiar, hopefully if you've been coming to this thing for a few years, you're familiar. But monitoring is capabilities that we are interested in. Planning are things that, okay, we see merit, and we're now planning a prototype. Prototype is the actual execution of a prototype. And then deploy is when a capability actually gets deployed and it falls into the center here and then goes away on the next iteration of the chart. So supply chain and validation scanning, We took a trip recently out to the DIU, the Defense Innovation Unit in San Jose or Mountain View, and we were talking with them about some of the things that they're looking at. Supply chain risk management or supply chain validation and scanning is something that's near and dear to many of our hearts. Whether it's ensuring that the switch that we just installed into the rack in the data center is what it actually claims to be, and there was nothing added along the way, down to the endpoints, that sort of thing. It's a really fascinating space when you look at what's going on with respect to supply chain manipulation. So there's a few capabilities in this space we're looking at. AI ops, right? So here's a place, and having delivered a few capabilities in the agency and over my career, there is nothing more important than the ability to operate a system that you deliver, right? You could deliver the most spectacular, exquisite capability in the world, but if it is too hard to operate, then you've really not done a whole lot because it's likely down more than it is up. So how are we going to start to integrate or insert artificial intelligence into that chain? Previously, we had AI as one little bubble here. We started breaking it out, and we'll hit on a few of these. But really, AI ops, this was, again, a conversation with DIU about a prototype that they have actively going on right now that we're looking to glean some knowledge from. But how they're taking log sets from given infrastructure components and given systems, and then using a model to train itself over the course of weeks or months to do predictive analysis or predictive reliability analysis. So we think there's some interesting things there that can help us, so that when Frank and his team get the call, they're already well aware and already on it, and able to predict well in advance of a failure. AI trust, risk and security management. This is again in that AI space, and everyone over the last year has gone nuts over the large language model explosion. But really, how are we going to put the guardrails around the use of AI? I'll highlight one here, for instance. We see a number of capabilities out there now that are really proxies for large language models, where they will take in a query, bounce it off of an index data set that you keep wherever, but then ultimately pass that query out to an OpenAI or a Bard or something like that. The department has a number of concerns against querying those commercial large language models. So how are we going to protect ourselves? How are we going to deal with that until such time that these models exist in a GovCloud or higher environment? But really it is how are we putting those guardrails around the use of AI to keep pace with the adversary, but then at the same time also make sure that we're doing it properly and in a strong way. Homomorphic encryption, this actually replaced encrypted traffic analysis that was on here previously. Homomorphic encryption is that idea of interacting with encrypted data sets without ever actually decrypting them. These have some interesting side effects that we were interested in. We've seen a couple of companies in this space, but the general space makes us interested from the perspective of operating in cloud environments, looking far down the line, the use of classified data potentially in other environments. So this is early on, but it's a space we're sort of interested in. Browse down, the ability to actively browse from one classification domain into another, either horizontally or vertically. A lot of the combatant commands live on SIPRNet, for instance, but they still have to operate on NIPRNet, but it's limited. So can we use a browse down type capability in order to give them their single machine and allow them to come downward without having to maintain a completely separate infrastructure? This one actually grew out of their classified mobile capabilities work that we were doing, and we think it's got broader applicability than just the classified mobile side. Hybrid cloud management. So there's already the OTA on the street. Actually, the responses have come back on this one. And we're working with our friends in the J9, looking at how we're managing across. As the director stated this morning, That pendulum it's swung hard. Everything's going to go to the cloud a few years ago. It's sort of coming back. I'm not saying it's completely going to go hard the other way, but the reality is we're going to live in a world where the data sits in many different places, whether it's in a commercial cloud, whether it's in on-prem compute, what have you. So how do we manage across all of those and simplify that experience? I think those were the main ones that I was going to hit on, but let's see. Yeah, I think, the last, I did want to hit on, actually a couple, I'm sorry. So Concierge AI, here's another one. And this is where we've run into that buzzsaw of the large language model sitting in the commercial cloud, although we're starting to see the emergence of smaller language models, things like Llama and a few others the team actually showed me a demo using Llama last week. That was pretty fascinating. But what we're looking for out of a Concierge AI, and there's a chance we may get a prototype this year. You may see it in OTA go out for this one. Is the idea of having for the business side of the house that ChatGPT-like experience of being able to interact and ask questions of data sets, that sort of thing. We've seen some interesting integrations with platforms like ServiceNow and Teams and SharePoint to where, basically a bot sidekick, if you will, and how do we do that? The other side of that coin that we sort of bundle under this, although it's a slightly separate effort, is how are we helping the analysts, right? So on the security platforms, how are we helping the analyst more quickly diagnose threats, put the pieces together far more quickly. The life of an analyst is not easy, and we are certainly not going to people our way out of it, as we often say. So we can see a space here for a Concierge AI to help with something like that. I think those were the main ones that we wanted to hit at. As I mentioned at the beginning, Thunderdome is now in deployment. But that is not the end of our Zero Trust journey. We're constantly looking for those other places, those other integration points, but again, not going after those very specific, we're going to have a box for this and a box for that, and then put it together and pray that it all works well together. We're looking for more integrated and simplistic solutions. So with that, I'll pause and I'll see if we have any questions.
We have one, sir. Given the success of other transaction authorities, such as cloud-based internet isolation and Thunderdome, what is on your horizon for OTAs, and should we expect OTAs for everything in the prototype band?
So OTAs get our first look in terms of prototyping activity. I am a big fan. They're not the solution for everything. They have their limits as well. But very interested. I will tell you, so CBI, and I've given this example before, but with CBI, if you would ask me who was going to be the winner when we were writing the requirements, it would have been different than who I thought was going to be the winner when we got into the oral presentations, and it was different than who ultimately won the competition. And part of it came from, and Thunderdome was the same way, and the benefit of the OTA is having that continuous dialogue with industry, with you all, because, as some of what Carlen talked about with, the way that we write the contracts and the requirements and that sort of thing, we do it to the best of our abilities. And we do it to the best of the knowledge set that we have at that given time. So that ability to have that collaboration helps bring us along, but then it also helps you to better understand the position that we're coming from, so that you can better help us answer the mail. So you will see the use of a lot of OTAs. I mentioned the potential for one around the Concierge AI. On that list, we have the quantum resistant crypto in there right now. That one is going pretty well. Very, very interesting work going on there. And then also the classified mobile, or our WinDAR 2, our WinDAR replacement, which we expect to start getting the first production devices in the late November, early December sort of time frame. So yeah, big fan of OTAs, but you know, and it really, again, it comes to that conversation that we get to have with you all. Any other questions?
That's all we have, sir, for now.
All right, go have your cheeseburgers. I won't tell anyone.
Thank
you,
Mr.
everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Before we get ready for our lunch break, a couple announcements, please. You can get your parking ticket validated in a couple of locations. There's a booth right outside at the registration desk, and at the check-in registration desk for the hotel, there's two, if you choose to get your parking ticket validated. Also, as a reminder, all personnel from DISA's programs are available until 3 p.m. At this time, we will break for lunch, and we will begin our next session promptly at 12:30 p.m. Enjoy your lunch, and please be in your seats at 12:30 for Mrs. Debra Daniels. back, everyone. We hope you enjoyed your lunch break. Please welcome back to the stage Mrs. Debra Daniels.
All right. Oh, wow. Good afternoon. This is the hardest time slot because this is like right after lunch, and I guess I've got to be funny and entertaining to keep you all awake up here. All right. And she said yes. All right. Hi, I'm Debra Daniels. I'm the Vice Procurement Services Executive for DISA. You heard from the Procurement Services Executive, Mr. Doug Packard, this morning. We're kicking off right now as we start to go through our acquisition opportunities, so I'll be briefly bringing to you the external opportunities. So these are external mission partners that are not DISA and some of the opportunities we have for them. But I've got a first slide, and probably similar to, you bring up the next slide, some things that you've heard from the director this morning. You've heard from our senior procurement executive when they did the town hall with our procurement service executive, Jason Martin, our component acquisition executive, Office of Small Business. I did engage a lot with our small business, and some of this is based on some of the questions I normally get from small business. As we put together this forecast to industry, it is primarily for our small business partners, one of our FAR requirements that we put this one together to make sure that we're letting everyone in our industry know of the mission of the acquisition opportunities. Got this where we've been talking today of, acquisitions change, strategies change. Everything for us is mission dependent. You're looking at current ops, changes mission, changes priorities. Our strategies change for acquisition. Resources constrain us, whether it's funding people, resourcing, supply chain impacts, and then management, because we've got to do oversight of this. This is a $6 billion annually on a portfolio. It is huge. It is complex. Met some of the program offices out there. You've seen the contracting team, and we put out an acquisition opportunities quarterly forecast. Probably has about 200 lines on it. I know I get this all the time because you're tracking it quarterly to quarterly of what's fallen off on this one. And as I think Doug Packard said, we probably have, if you looked at our churn of maybe 10 to 12 things that go into cycle annually. It's not just 10 to 12. I mean, they're all over, whether it's acquisition planning, it's in source selection, it's just at the RFP or solicitation stage, it's at the award stage. The team over there right now does about 58,000 contract acquisitions annually. It's about 8,000 awards annually. There is a lot of churn in this portfolio. So just don't think that because they say something like 10 is in cycle, that's all they're doing. They are extremely busy doing yeoman's work, like I said, on about 58,000 contract actions. That was in 22. I'm getting my 23 numbers together. There's a lot of things that we have to balance in this portfolio. You've heard from small business. We've got small business goals. I am the senior services manager responsible for the acquisition of services. DISA's portfolio is 85% services. 85% of that is services of some service or other, whether it's IT, telecom, cyber. And so as an agency, as you've heard some of the things that we do, we look at it at the enterprise level. This is not done in a vacuum. It's all a team sport. No one person gets to make one decision, but it is definitely an enterprise focus, and it's a strategic approach because part of that we've got to do is our spend under management goals. So when you start to see our SETI contracts, our GSMO, our Encore 3, those are managed contracts. Those are agency level contracts. And I do have a responsibility, one, that I think our goal as of FY24 is to make sure that 74% of our portfolio is SUN, spend under management, under some type of an agency level or other federal type contract vehicle. That goal goes up for us in 2029. It's supposed to be, I think it's 80% spend under management. So a lot of us, ours is focused on our DISA and our agency premier contracts because of one of our goals. But it's also a balance because we still have to make our small business goals. We still have to make our mission because our priority is the warfighter. We still have to make the strategies match. We have to make the resources match. So there's a lot of this that this portfolio is managed daily from, you've heard the director this morning, at all levels down to the contracting office. So there's a lot of oversight that goes into making sure that we can hit the goals, our small business goals. We do have a small business first policy that we look at If 2 or more small businesses can do it, then we reserve it for the small business. If not, we're going to go for our agency DISA level first. I get the question all the time, it looks like you're using more of your non-agency. Misperception, we do use a lot more of our agency level contracts than we do use, I think GSA GMAS is probably one of them, but a lot of it is our city, our Encore, our GSMO contracts. Get this question, is there an on-ramp replacement plan for SETI and Encore 3? We're constantly analyzing the use of that and what's going to come next. What's going to be the acquisition strategy, how requirements change, what we have to do. Like I said, mission drives it a lot. So that's being analyzed. They're not in cycle right now. They're probably coming up on their base year where we are trying to move things left. You've heard about us in acquisition planning. We're trying to get better on our planning to move something 18 to 24 months ahead of its expiration date into an acquisition planning cycle. They haven't come up yet, but constantly right now from all levels of the agency, we do look at our spend with regard to our agency level contracts and how we're, what we forecasted our spend was supposed to be and where we are on that. So we'll start to make those decisions. And a lot of it, again, mission dependent, requirements change, the priorities to make those decisions on a SETI or an Encore next. As far as on ramping, I'm gonna have to defer that to the contracting officers because they know what's either coming up, gonna be on-ramped or the cycle and the requirements on that, but they have made some decisions that they will be on-ramping that I just can't talk to you about. I honestly don't know the cycles of that one. But again, those haven't come into the cycle yet as far as the planning. But we're probably about not quite 18 months off where we'll start that one early to figure out what's our next use and where we go from here. Questions I get, changes to the acquisition opportunities forecast. We have started, as Carlen said, publishing that quarterly. It is Excel spreadsheet, I got it. It's on our DISA.mil. Probably has at least 150, 200 lines on it, so it is a large, complex document. Doesn't move that much from quarter to quarter, but if you're a small business and you're tracking something, you're noticing the incremental changes on that one. I do get the calls on things that have fallen off or changed. Yes, something may have changed. A mission partner it may have been external where they've taken off and gone someplace else. It may be delayed because they've had to take a step back on, they've put out a sources sought or an RFI and may have to go back and redefine the requirements. Mission priorities may have changed. We've got external mission partners because we do support the DoD CIO, in which we may have to go back and step back on an acquisition. Questions that have come in, breaks apart that says, we didn't quite get it right, we've got to go back and redefine. Or market research came in and said that wasn't quite right, so they've got to step back and redefine a strategy. So yes, I was asked this, how do we keep up and communicate that with you? Because I'm not tracking some of the incremental changes, so my apologies on that one. So we do have a mailbox at the top for questions. If there's something that's fallen off that you're tracking and has not, I'm going to definitely refer you back to the mailbox because we've got folks that monitor that can find that pinpointed information. One of the reasons we don't put our contracting officers' names on that when we refer you to the mailbox, like I said, 58,000 contract actions, 8,000 awards, they're constantly in a state of churn. So we've got folks that can at least go back and pinpoint that question and come back pointed directly to you. And like even Carlen says, even just tracking stuff that names may have changed, program offices have changed. You've seen this morning as DISA is going through reorg, as Mr. Barnhurst, our deputy director, gave the update on that one. One of the questions I'm asked, is that going to affect us in our acquisition, our contract planning? It could, yes. Right now for us, the DITCOs, whatever portfolio they manage, it has not changed. They're still managing the same portfolio as DISA is moving parts and pieces, whole sum to different areas. So the portfolio hasn't moved for any of the DITCOs that are probably managing it. At a time it could change, but we'll make that seamless to anyone else when they get through an acquisition of where that goes. So will it probably delay some of our contracting and our contracts? Possibly could. If, like I said, a mission change or a requirement has to be reviewed, or there's a funding issue or resource issue, or something that's coming back from the sources sought or the RFI, yes, it will depend on. I will tell you each quarter, I'm tracking our acquisitions. So each quarter, I'm sending out the senior leaders a list of where we are in acquisitions and acquisitions that are delayed. I'm going to tell you, it's a complex portfolio. Yes. Number of proposals. If you get a large number of proposals on a complex acquisition and you're responding to, you're submitting your proposal and you know how complex it was for you to put it together, just think if you get more than one or two or you're getting double digits, it's going to take us a lot longer to do that. And I will tell you, between legal and our KOs, very thorough on making sure that, as they're evaluating proposals, that they're evaluating them all the same, and they'll send it back to the drawing board on it. The discovery, not discovery learning, what's the learning curve? Yeah, the larger and the more complex, larger learning curve to get through that one or two before they get the rhythm of, but like I said, we get a lot of proposals and submissions on this one. It's going to take us longer. It is protest. Naturally, with a portfolio like this, yeah, protest could take you longer also. Hold on, you just took my slide off. All right, is there I'm reading it from the screen. Is there an opportunity to engage with the DITCOs outside of the RFI process? Yes, but I'm going to tell you again, we do that hand in hand with the PMs usually. Yeah, they will entertain a one-on-one as necessary, but again, with this level of portfolio, they can't entertain everyone all the time for all questions on that one. So the Office of Small Business takes a lot. I definitely do take a lot of the questions and the meetings, CAE, but we are looking for opportunities as we revamp and look internally at our own acquisition planning, our process. You've heard Mr. Martin this morning, to look for opportunities to engage with you more so, because everyone wants to hear from the PMs on here. So definitely I would highlight to hit the program tables and talk to the PMs that are out there, because you've got questions on strategy, what's coming up on that one. But we will definitely engage where we can and where it definitely makes the most sense, but we can't do it on everything just with the level of detail and flux in this portfolio. Communication. Like I said, for us, for the acquisition forecast, we're updating it quarterly. What I would ask, and I like the feedback that I get because I've asked this, of what's on it, what we're tracking, is there anything missing that we should add that would add value? I'm going to ask you, please respond to that box so we know. What my team is doing right now is, we know right now the gold standard is GSA. We don't have that kind of GSA resources, so we're trying to make incremental changes. So right now, one of the changes they're looking at is to make it more searchable and filterable for you. So they're trying to get that one out for the next incremental baby steps, small steps for small feet, so please bear with us. Also looking at our DISA.mil website and the information that's posted on there, coupled with our acquisition opportunities quarterly forecast. You've heard Carlen, where they're trying to, when things slip off this forecast, they're trying to put them together with our recent acquisition decisions to keep up with what has happened in there and decisions that have been made going forward on that. So we're trying to marry that together. So if there's a missing part and piece in the communication, we're trying to improve it to make sure that it is of value, it's of substance, and it's at least providing you the information that you want, need, or seek. So I'm going to tell you, please update that mailbox with the questions on there so that we know what's coming up and what we need to focus on and do better on process improvement. Because I know you're looking at that one as a guideline. We get this all the time. I'm going to tell you, I get a lot of questions on trying to do business with DISA. Yeah, probably not easy, but then again, federal contracting is not easy. But I'm going to tell you, if you can continue to answer the sources sought, the questions to the RFPs, answer the RFIs, because that is telling us you're the leading edge of innovation that we need. We want the off-the-shelf. We need things that are scalable. You've heard cybersecurity. It's, cybersecurity today, tomorrow, and always. But you are the innovation leading edge for the technology that the warfighter needs. So we need to hear the voice, and we appreciate that one. And so like I said, we get questions to the RFPs all the time, which makes us step back, and it's going to take us time to answer the questions, and then maybe have to go back and update an RFP based on some of the things and the questions that are out there. So we appreciate the questions. We're trying to get to a point when we move our acquisition planning timeline left, trying to, if we can get it in the cycle, more draft RFPs. I know the SETI program has had great success with putting out draft RFPs. We won't have time to do that with everything, but as Carlen said, if we've got some time in between that and we can have gotten it to a point to put the PWS, the draft PWS out there, we will try and do that. Not going to hit it with everything. We're trying also ourselves just to get better because we know what it means to you. I hear from small business all the time, canceling RFPs after you've submitted proposals. Got it. Certain things have happened where, with our externals, maybe they've, canceled the requirement, taken it someplace else. And that is after we've done proposals. Not that we're intentionally trying to do that, but there's some churn behind here with an acquisition strategy that's changed, a funding issue that's changed. Something has changed in that portfolio that means we're having to change at the same time. So we're not trying to cause the fluster, but if you're being flustered, you can understand what it's causing for the contracting teams that are working behind here to keep up with this, and understand that they've got things between RFP to in-source selection to acquisition planning to post-award, 58,000 contract actions, 8,000 awards, $6.5 billion. So we appreciate that, but we can't do this without you because you are our trusted partner. You're the innovation leading edge. But like I said, it's the feedback from you when we put this together because we're trying to make sure that we can get you the information you need as to what's coming up in our portfolio, what requirements we're trying to seek, and you've heard from our chief technology officer where we're going. But we support across the Department of Defense. Sometimes it's not just a DISA requirement, but it's something for the DOD, it's for the DAFAs, it's for the federal level. So when you're trying to measure all priorities, there's spin. Acquisition, strategies, again, change, resourcing. You've heard us with, funding. Our budget's not getting any larger, just like yours is not either, and we have the same woes on making sure that the budget fits for us to do and cover the requirements and the priorities that we have to, and make sure that it's still affordable to us to be able to do that, and that does have an impact on us. You're suffering from inflation. Well, as we start to go back and do IGCEs and look at the cost of something from 5 years ago to where it is now, there's a difference, and budgets haven't kept up at the pace of inflation. So we prioritize, it could be a 10-legged stool, 3-legged stool, but there's a lot of balance that we've got to bring to this. And for me as the senior services manager, make sure that we can do our acquisitions, that we can meet our small business goals. We've got competition goals. I've got some goals. And so we weigh it all the time on, will I make the 80% spend under management goal by 2029? Not if it means we're probably going to crush our small business goal. We'll have to weigh that one out to make sure that we're not going to rock any side of the house in trying to manage portfolio, bring the requirements together, and making sure that the warfighter has what they need. But that's probably most of the questions that I get, the flux, the spin, the concern on small business, because I know what it takes for you to decide to do a business capture and looking at our portfolio and the cost, and like you don't have the vast resources to put 10 teams together at one time and do, a proposal if they're costing you $50,000. So you've got to weigh that and make judicious and smart decisions with the budget and the management and the personnel you have. And I know Carlen had mentioned, I said one of the concerns is your teams you're putting together and you're wondering who's going to zap up and steal your, highly valued employees. Well, I will tell you, probably my DITCOs have the same thing with, personnel, resources. They train them up, and this is a great training ground because this is IT, this is cyber, this is telecommunications, and we do everything as a team effort because we've got some of those same challenges on budget, people, resources, management, and priorities. So we're trying to get better. We're trying to move our pendulum on more, and I should say, better acquisition and contract planning to move it left, so that what we're putting on these slides is going to show you on some of these acquisitions when we're saying something's coming into cycle first, second, or third quarter, that we're at least in the first, second, third, quarter of the actual fiscal year that we tell you on here that we want to hit, and not 2 fiscal years later on here. And so yes, there are some acquisitions. We get this one all the time that have been probably in cycle from the time you submitted your proposal to it's a year later. Get that question all the time. What's taking so long? I'm going to tell you. Complexity. depth, number of proposals, changing requirements, funding. There could be any matter of things. And so we'll look at better how to communicate either the delays or the changes with you. So we're trying to do that with putting out, when small business puts out the decisions, and us trying to keep up with it so you can at least track what's coming up. So for our external, and we've just got a few of these, I think, for the, hold on, I've got to get to my little sheet, my cheat sheet. All right, so command control computers and the cyber, the C5 ISR for the PEO A&A. Right now, that one is still kind of in its planning stages, but I'm tracking that RFQ, and I don't have a date, should be coming out somewhere soon because it is pegged for first quarter that we are in. So I'm not seeing that's going to be delayed. I just can't tell you an actual date right now. I don't have a date here on this one. The second one for the command control for the PEO, command control, communications tactical, that is second quarter. That's still in the planning stage, so the RFP is not due out until at least early second quarter. So the first one's coming out, I think it's very soon, if it's not this month, and the second one is just right now in its planning cycle. On the next page, for the PM C3T Systems Engineering, that's the U.S. Army, PEO, Command Control and Communications, PM C3T. Are we looking? Yeah, you do have that one up. All right, that RFP just closed. So that one, RFP, I'm sorry, in progress. Yeah, I think I'm tracking that one that is just closed. So that's probably going into its administration source selection, at least somewhere in that evaluation stage. That closed. The last one on the list, they're in, I think, drafting the RFP, the solicitation for that one right now, so it's still in the planning stages. So that one has not hit the street yet, so look for that one. I'm tracking that one to still come out in the second quarter. But the middle one right now, RFP, came out in first quarter, and it is closing at the end of this month. This is the last one on this one. I'm going to look at the, nope, go back. It was the DECA Enterprise, expecting that RFP out at the end of this month. I'm tracking that one to come out at the end of this month, and the other two I'm still tracking are on track for second quarter for the Navy housing and for the Common Network Planning software. But the DECA Enterprise Business Operations, for its maintaining its brand new hardware, that RFP should be coming out at the end of this month. And this is November, right? November. So look for that one. And the last one that I've got is from the Air Force Technical Applications Center. That's the last one. It is called United States Atomic Energy Detection System and Communications. I'm sorry, I do not have the update. Forgive me on that one, but that is still tracking for this month. I just can't tell you if it's this month or if it is in December. But I'm tracking that is on track for this quarter. And that's an Air Force Technical Application Center. So these are our external mission partners. These are non-DISA. So anything can change with our external mission partners that are coming up right now. But what I'm tracking is that these are at least on track with one RFP that did just close that was coming out in the first quarter. And so, you know, other than the DISA portfolio, we are at the mercy of our externals, but we track those. And I'm going to tell you, this portfolio gets a lot of oversight because we see this and everything that's gone into some type of planning stage, we're looking at it every 2 weeks to at least see where it is and what's coming on track and what may have delayed it. So it's not a fire and forget about it. It's not a fire and forget. It does get oversight, and I'm going to tell you each program is reviewed just about coming into the cycle right now this year is reviewed by the DISA director. So when you heard Mr. Martin talk about the IAPRs, that's a director's meeting. So he's looking at the portfolio, and contracting is part of that to give the contracting insight as well as the, you know, the J8 on funding. But as I stand here and I'm looking at, I might have a few more minutes, so I can entertain questions or I can punt to my contracting team over there. Don't hide, don't hide. All right. No questions? I will be around all day. I'll be closing this one out. Like I said, Vice Procurement Services Executive, so I get a lot of, really appreciate the partnership here with you on the small business. And I'm going to defer right now to, I believe it is our EIIC with Ms. Marianne Roth coming in for the Enterprise Innovation, and there she is.
Thank you, Mrs.
And that will
Daniel.
conclude my afternoon, and hopefully I've kept them awake for you. All right.
Please welcome our next speaker, Ms. Roth, Deputy Director for Enterprise Integration and Innovation Center.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you for having me this afternoon. I'm very excited to be here and share with you some of the highlights for our Enterprise Integration and Innovation organization, as well as the acquisition opportunity that we have to share with all of you today. As mentioned, my name is Marianne Roth. I am the Deputy Director for EII. Mr. Roger Greenwell is the Director of EII. He's also another one of those dual-hatted personas here at DISA, where he's also the agency's Chief Information Officer. When you look at our organization that you've got displayed here on the screens behind me, the name EII, Enterprise Integration and Innovation, is very apt for how we as an organization operate within the agency. As we think about all the missions that we support from DISA and what we're ultimately responsible for, all the work that EII does across the agency, our job is really to do that horizontal integration where we provide support to the key partners and players to build those partnerships across the agency. So we're one of the few organizations in DISA, and you saw this morning where Mr. Barnhurst briefed our new org structure, where you've got your J codes to be much more vertically focused. EII is one of those that we touch across all of those aspects. As part of that reorg that you heard about this morning, we've become actually even more truly horizontal, and it's also a better functional alignment, as you heard, with notable changes being we've welcomed mission partner engagement into EII, which is now part of our Office of the CIO, as well as the Joint Interoperability Test Command, which if you were here last year, you might have recognized 5 directorates that you see on the chart. We've now got a 6th. So we welcomed the JITIC as our 6th directorate. There's a couple others that I'll highlight as I go through the brief in a little bit as well. But we're very excited to welcome these teams into EII. Our goal is to integrate innovative and automated approaches and solutions that improve DISA's ability to deliver services. We're putting a lot of emphasis on automation, and you're hearing a lot of that today, as well as leveraging the technology and data while adopting commercial solutions. The director this morning and Mr. Barnhurst, I believe, also mentioned, we're looking to partner with industry for those commercial leading edge solutions that we can incorporate into what we're doing here at DISA. And this is all just to improve processes and the capabilities that we have for the agency and the warfighter. As I walk through this, you'll hear a lot of those C-suite type functions that we have. They all live here within EII. I'll do a quick run through of each so that you get a better understanding of who we are and what we do and how we fit into DISA. And then that'll help key you into some of the future opportunities that you might be seeing coming out of working with ThickCo, so that you understand kind of where that puzzle piece fits within EII. I'm only going to highlight a couple of the bullets on the slide here so we can get to the opportunity and see how we can better partner with industry. The first one that you see there all the way on the left is the Office of the Chief Information Officer. As I mentioned, Mr. Greenwell is dual-hatted as both the director for the organization as well as our CIO. Traditionally, our CIO's responsibilities were focused inward within the agency, making sure we check those statutory boxes that we're compliant, but also being proactive to make sure that we're compliant with federal and any of the DoD standards that we have to be compliant with relating to anything from information technology, cyber, and personnel. Recently within the agency, we've been having this discussion of what does our CIO look like through 2 different lenses. And those 2 different lenses are looking at DISA as a customer and our CIO's role as representing DISA as that customer. The other lens that we're looking at is DISA and the CIO supporting our enterprise service providers, who you'll hear about a little bit later after myself, and what is our role from a CIO perspective in supporting those efforts. Just recently, we've been working with Ms. Caroline Bean, who is will be up on the stage here a little after me, and her team with the DoD 365 Secure Migrations. We've got a DISA first model where we use DISA as the first customer that we push through our new services, and we did that with the 365. We worked through a lot of lessons learned, and our service provider was able to take those and ensure that future migrations that we had with other customers went smoothly and successfully. And so that's been a really great partnership and relationship, and a benefit actually of the reorg that we're seeing to build those partnerships across the agency that then impact the greater DoD. This morning we heard mention of software license management and equitable pricing with licensing, and looking at how we both do this for DISA and the department. So that's also something that our Chief Information Officer is working across the agency, as well as up with the DoD CIO, to ensure that when we work with industry from both an agency and a DoD perspective, to ensure we're getting that equitable pricing for our customers. And as I mentioned, that horizontal access across the agency, mission partner engagement, it made sense to bring over the mission partner engagement group that used to live what's now become the acquisitions organization. We've already been integrating and partnering with CIOs across the department, the services as well, the commands. And so it was a natural extension of our organization to now look at all mission partners across the department and building those relationships up from another layered approach. It's really focusing on that two-way strategic communication, both into and out of the organization, but also making sure that our organizations that we support within DISA are also fully supported. Our next organization, Emerging Technology, you've already gotten a sneak peek of that one this morning. Mr. Steve Wallace is the director of Emerging Technology. He's also our CTO, or Chief Technology Officer. So I'm glad that he was able to give you a good look of what he does. They are focused on identifying and assessing industry-leading technologies, really putting the innovation in EII and looking at the opportunities that we can bring into the organization and stay abreast of this technical landscape that is constantly changing, and integrating not only at the agency level, but also at the department. There's a plethora of tools, and you've heard them mentioned a little bit today as well, but we have research and development agreements, we do competitions, public-private partnerships, and the other transaction authorities. These are really getting after some of the more complex issues that our agency is trying to tackle. And then we're trying to accelerate, as you've been hearing, working with DITCO and others across the organization, how do we get these innovative technologies quicker into the organization and deploy to our customers. Another important aspect that Emerging Technology is responsible for is our enterprise architecture, making sure our services are delivered in a consistent manner. And a lot of it is making sure that when we scale up and scale down, it's possible across the enterprise for the service offerings that we do offer across the department, and building security from the start. You heard that was a big thing this morning. So you'll hear that, and then also our next organization, there's that partnership there that we work even, horizontal is maybe our theme, horizontal across the agency, but even horizontal within EII ourselves. And that brings me to enterprise engineering. This directorate is led by Raj Shah. He's our chief engineer, and his organization is focused on optimal warfighter experience, and they do end-to-end engineering. So these are really our individuals who are proactively monitoring, they're doing performance analysis and automation, as well as ensuring that we're standardized across the agency. So putting the rigor behind what we're actually deploying. One of the things that we work in partnership very close with is our operations team and our hosting and compute team for the end-to-end management and sensoring. So we're always looking at what can we do with our sensors from both a performance perspective as well as cybersecurity. And putting those two together really provides a great partnership, an example of how we in EII can support across the organization. Another really close partnership, and you'll be hearing from Mr. Paczkowski here in a little bit as well, is with our modeling and simulation. And specifically with the circuit modeling, and when we run those simulations of when we want to switch over circuits and how we want to change those around, that's really key to ensuring that our PEO transport organization is able to strategically understand what is going to happen within their trade space. And as I mentioned, automation. We're trying to take a lot of the day-to-day, plug and chug kind of processes and see where we can automate them. And that's across the agency. It's not just within EII. And so we're trying to see how we can infuse it in everything we can do. You heard the director mention simplify. This is something that automation can do for us. It really helps us simplify many of the processes that we have and the standardization while being innovative. I mean, it allows us to then use those resources for other things across the organization. Next over, we have our Chief Data Office. Ms. Carlen is our acting CDO, and she's working diligently to leverage data as an enterprise asset. We've created a data architecture and governance, which is creating data-driven workforce, where we can exploit data to drive business and operations outcomes. The power of data is something that we're really seeing is transforming, and it's changing the way that we're looking at performance, services, and governance. And one of the things that we recently stood up was a data analytics center of excellence. And that's, again, helping us drive innovation across the agency, foster creativity, which you may not hear very often from a government organization, but fostering creativity, and how can we use data to answer the hard questions that we're looking for, but also empowering the workforce. Having the workforce understand the data that we have and how we can best use it, using it to do advanced analytics and derive business intelligence. If you don't understand the data that you have and have it visible to the workforce, it's not very useful to you. So this is a very, very strategic and very key organization that we have within EII. Data is one of our biggest assets. We have to be good stewards, not only of the taxpayer money, but also of our data. And so ensuring that it's properly protected does help us mitigate that risk, that the adversary could potentially take care of. Speaking of risk, kind of like we planned the transition, our next organization is risk management. This is led by Ms. Jackie Snoffer. She's also our authorizing official for the entire organization. And one of the missions of RM is to determine and articulate technical risk through the assessment of systems, networks, cloud service providers, and products. We're really looking at the security state of all the different systems, applications, and networks which DISA is responsible for. Now, we're also looking at a broader perspective, and as I mentioned, cloud was one of those aspects, working with Ms. Sharon Woods and the J9 and our hosting and commute, and you may have heard of this contract, the JWCC, but in our RM organization, we are part of that third arm within FedRAMP, and we're looking at cloud vendors to make sure that they meet all of the DoD security requirements and vetting processes before they can come on, and ensure that our data and our sources are secure and up to the standards that we have. There's another new add to this risk management organization as part of the agency functional alignment that was briefed this morning. We've welcomed supply chain risk management activity into RM. And it really helps round out that broader risk management assessment portfolio that we had. We were already doing, like I explained, risk management, as well as the insider threat detection monitoring. And so putting now the supply chain piece of that, you get a really, really nice picture for various different areas of risk and how you can put that together. For example, we've recently looked at software bills of materials and using that as a key building block in our software security and our software supply chain risk management. And so we've been able to provide our operators and our service providers a much more fleshed out picture of risk across the agency. Brand new to EII, but not new to DISA, JITC, the Joint Interoperability Task Command, led by Captain Anthony Saxon. They are the foundation of testing across the department, and they are DISA's first choice in testing as well. And we ensure that the joint warfighter, at the end of the day, receives the IT capabilities and ensure that they're interoperable and meet their needs. Not only is JIDIC the operational test agency for DISA, but also other DoD agencies such as Defense Logistics Agency, Defense Finance and Accounting Service, the Defense Commissary Agency, and the National Security Agency. So again, not only inwardly focused, but also across the broader Department of Defense. And in addition to being a joint interoperability certifier, they are also a non-service element of the Major Range and Test Bed Facility base. And what that means is, as an MRTFB, JIDIC can work directly with vendors, all of you industry, to attain some of the critical pre-acquisition task results. And getting this early on in the development process results in better systems at an overall lower cost. And so that leads me into our acquisition opportunity that we have for you all today. It is the Technical Assessment and Support Services Contract, TAS, as we like to call it. It directly supports our risk management activities, which is under Ms. Jackie Snoffer, as I mentioned. But it doesn't just touch RM. It is, again, another one of those horizontal supports, our CIO office, as well as other organizations within DISA. And it's one of the larger ones within our organization in EII. So this contract will provide expertise to support assessments and authorizations, the connection approval process, and DoD cloud assessments, validations, and continuous monitoring. It looks at risk of the various systems and the risk associated with network connections, managing a lot of the information in our connecting approval database, and whether the ports and protocols that we have in place, the cloud-based vendors, cross-domains, and et cetera, ensuring all of that assessment activity is part of this contracting opportunity. We are currently finalizing our acquisition strategy and plan to have a sources sought within the next quarter, and then the RFP will be targeted for Q3 of FY24. That is our only opportunity that we have to share with you today, and while limited, I thought it was important to share and let you all know what we do and how we work across the agency to deliver capabilities, and then how we can best structure our contracts for the future. We've got our contracts lead, Miss Jenny Lynn Bushby, over at the EII program table in the other room. Well, she's actually right here, right now, but she will be at the table. So if you have any other questions, she and her team are available to answer anything that you have. I appreciate your time this afternoon, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Roth. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Paul Crumbliss, Chief of Compute Operations, and DISA's Hosting and Compute, J9.
All right. Good afternoon. First, I would like to say thank you for staying around. They tend to put us later in the agenda to make sure that you guys do kind of came around, because we're kind of like the Taylor Swift of the organization at DISA. We're the young, cool, hip guys. So not like that Steve Wallace guy from this morning. He's kind of like, you know, one of those older guys. Just saying. All right. So my name's Paul Crumbliss. I am the Chief of Compute Ops inside the Hosting and Compute, J9, or HACK as we like to call it. We've just reorged into J9, so a lot of you might have known us as HACK previously, but now we're J9 HACK. So I've been giving these notes. I'm here for Sharon Woods. They strongly suggested that I follow these notes, so I will at least hit a couple of them so that I don't get in trouble. Performance stuff's coming up here soon, so. So at the HACK, we're focused on providing hybrid cloud solutions globally to the warfighter to win. And that really is the basis of what we're all about at the Hosting and Compute. We provide hosting and compute globally for the warfighter to win, both on-prem, off-prem, commercial, anywhere in the world, and that's what we do, and we do it very, very well. So inside our portfolio, as you just heard, we have JWCC, which is the Joint Warfighter Cloud Computing that was awarded last year. Currently, the latest numbers on that is that we have 36 cloud task orders at just over $261 million over the life cycle. So that is off to a really great start already in just the short amount of time since it's been awarded. As well as JWCC, we have what's called Stratus. This is our on-prem private cloud that we have. And so between JWCC and Stratus, that's why we're both hybrid, because we do CONUS and OCONUS, as well as on-prem, off-prem, government cloud, and commercial. We also have what we call cloud accelerators that we have, and these are automated account tracking automated tool, or AT-AT, as well as DISA acquisition package preparation system, or DAPS. These are both accelerators that are specifically designed to work with JWCC, and they both made a tremendous difference in ordering, especially DAPS. DAPS is the first of its kind. It really accelerates the ability to leverage JWCC by putting together packages with DITCO so that you can take advantage of JWCC in a much more streamlined and agile methodology, previously to anything that I've ever seen at DISA and even in the department. So these are both accelerators that we offer. Vulcan, which is the DISA's DevSecOps tool suite that's been designated, was developed and has just gone live just last month. So we are the DevSecOps preferred tool for DISA, the tool suite that will be leveraged. And then we have our Containers as a Service, or CAS. That continues to mature and grow. And it's a service offering that is increased in the last 18 months that we've launched it, and it continues to be an offering that we use to exploit both on-prem and CONUS, and we're migrating that to OCONUS as well. And so basically in FY24, what we're looking to do is we have numerous contracts that I'll go with over in a minute here. But what we really want to explain is that for compute and hack, what we're really looking for is that partnership. As we look for the many different evolving capabilities that the department is driving and demanding on us, we are looking to partner with industry so that we can develop those solutions in an agile manner and drive them out quickly to meet the solutions that we know need to be made. It is definitely not business as usual inside hack as it used to be in DISA days of yore. We absolutely are focused on how we take what industry is doing and all the goodness that they bring to bear, and then partnering with them and then baking that into our solutions that we provide to the warfighter. If you go back to our statement, we're focused on providing hybrid cloud solutions globally to the warfighter to win. And as you can see with world events, it's never been more important than being able to deliver these solutions in a very agile method globally. And so that's what we're all about. So with that being said, I'd like to go through some of the contracts that we have. The first contract that we have up, this is for our mainframe line of business. That's inside HC3, that they work for me. This is a Broadcom technology software licensing support contract. It's a follow-on. It's going to be, RFP goes out in Q3 of 24 for a mid to late 25 award. Following that, another mainframe offering we have is their, what we call their West Technical Support. And what this is their technical support for all their mainframe workload for the information systems inside the mainframe world. That is also going to be a Q3 24 RFP for also a mid to late 25 award. Next slide. For the hybrid computing line of business, what we have is our capacity services Unisys contract. Obviously, this provides the capacity services for Unisys operating system. And so that is going to be available in Q1 of 24. It's getting ready to be released. And that's for award in later 24, probably about Q3. We also have, out of the hybrid computing line of business, we have the access and security configuration control. That is going to be awarded in Q2 of 24, and the RFP should be getting ready to be released here in the next 6 weeks. So those are both from our hybrid computing line of business. Next slide. So this is one of the heavy hitters that we have that's coming out. It is the Capacity Services Communications 3. And basically, this is all the comm infrastructure that is supported throughout our data centers that we leverage for our both the inside the glass house, as we call it, for inside the data centers, as well as available for mission partners to come get equipment off of it. And so this is a fairly large award that we're looking for. That's going to be throughout both CONUS and OCONUS. And this one is going to be an RFP in Q3 of 24 for a Q3 of 25 award. And that is from the infrastructure LOB that handles all of the infrastructure inside all of the data centers. And next slide. Okay, we got out of sync on one of those slides because there should have been a security escort slide in there as well. There it is. Back down one. One more. You're going the wrong way. But go back to that slide, because that is a killer slide. If you just look at it, I mean, if you really look at it, right? If you see all of the accelerators sit on the left, and they drive into our JWCC and Stratus and merge into our hybrid cloud offering, and then go out to the rest of the world, both CONUS and OCONUS, with the data center. So it really tells the story right there in a single slide. And Steve, if you need help on that, Rachel's here, and she can explain how that really works and what a slide's supposed to look like. All right? Okay. Go ahead. Go back down like one more, and one more. And there we go. Okay, so this is for the data center line of business. This is for our security escort, and it's pretty much just what it sounds like. This is for all the personnel that do the security escorts at all our data center facilities in CONUS. Okay? And the final slide. One more. There you go. This is the QR code, so if you scan this, it'll take you to hack.mil. It is an excellent site, and you can go there and you can ask questions. You can leave comments like, Paul was one of the greatest speakers I ever saw. He should probably do this more. Please share and don't fire him. So you can put all those. All right. I was told that we're not taking any questions, but I do know that if you do have any questions, you can see me right after here, or I'll be at Meet the Seniors later this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Crumbliss. Everyone, please welcome Mr. Jason Martin, Director, Acquisition and Component Acquisition Executive.
All right, good afternoon. I'm up here for round two. So some of this is going to sound a little familiar, not exactly what I said this morning, but the people you really want to talk to are coming up next, so I will be brief. They're the ones actually with all the money, so I'm just the oversight governance policy guy in many people's minds. So let me go to the first chart if I could. This is just an introduction for the PEOs, please. All right, so this is the portfolio. I mentioned it this morning for PEOs. Really not significant change based on the reorganization. They're going to go into each of the capabilities and also the opportunities for you all coming up here in a couple minutes. But what I want to do with you is go through my priorities, which is what I talked a little bit about. I got some feedback between sessions today that I didn't go deep enough in some areas. So I changed some of my talking points to hopefully get after that so it's relatable to you all and then some of the other folks in the crowd. So if we could go to the next chart. Okay. So the boss said earlier, simplicity, right? We've got to be able to get things out the door. So what are we doing to make that happen? There's a couple different things, and I'll walk through these. You can read them, so I'm not going to read them to you, but some things that are that are slightly important. As you know, and as we talked about this morning, acquisition is a team sport. So all I talked about this morning was collaboration, coordination, communication, open kimono, all that good stuff. And I genuinely think that's what we do, and that's what we're trying to do even better, certainly with the workforce and certainly with industry. The other thing that's interesting is we put in, as we installed or implemented the PEOs, it's really about portfolio management. Now, this concept is not foreign to DISA. We've done this for years, but now we have put formal DoD acquisition structure around it. So what the majority of the teams within those PEOs now are portfolios, so collection of capabilities. So when you hear the PEOs talk today, you'll better understand what we're talking about. But the point there is to consolidate like capabilities, so we did move some things around, but that's so we have experts in a given area that can then work more effectively with you all and then across the agency. And then really, I talked a little bit earlier about empowering people and empowering teams. That's also the point here, is we really build this PEO structure. It's very clear what the PEO's programs and projects should be doing, ultimately enabling them to do their jobs a bit better. And then we'll talk more about how we're going to do that. But first thing, if you look on the left, training, right? I talked a lot about that this morning. We have a lot of experts in a lot of areas to include within the PEOs, and then also within industry. So the point there really is to demonstrate, well, instill, implement, and demonstrate that rigor through training and through open collaboration. So the point about working with industry to do that, I'm going to talk later about early and often. It's really something we're just trying to promote initially, is be disciplined and deliberate about what you're trying to do when you bring those requirements in, and then how you're executing the mission against them. So the second item is really, kind of the big deal of what we're really trying to do here, which is integration. So some changes specifically that we are making as an agency under General Skinner and Mr. Barnhurst's direction are, we have consolidated financial activities within the PEOs. We have a J8, OCFO. However, the financial teams that reside within J8 actually reside within the PEOs and are accountable to the PEOs. So Ms. Crawford and I work hand in hand along with the PEOs to make sure that those PEOs have tip-to-tail financial support. We have not always operated that way. That is an enhancement to get after the back and forth. Now, we understand our roles and responsibilities as program managers. We understand our roles and responsibilities as financial leaders. How do we effectively work together to make sure we're getting those capabilities planned and executed in line with DoD objectives? Acquisition governance. DoD very clearly lays out the DoD 5000 on how we're supposed to effectively roll out acquisitions. However, like everything else, every other agency or military department has unique things they need to do to make sure they're rolling out capabilities. Over the past year or so, we've worked on what the overall agency governance is. Does it make sense? And specifically, what does acquisition governance look like for DISA? I mentioned Steve Wallace earlier and the chief engineers panel. Sometimes we're really good at leveraging that board, sometimes we are not. We are making sure we now understand entry and exit gates and criteria, that we are leveraging those engineering experts, those architects to say, hey, did you know this part of the agency is doing this, you're doing that, maybe we should look at combining activities and making sure we're doing this effectively. It's things like that that we're also really trying to reinforce, and then working with Steve to make sure we have the right talent in place so that we can put a contract on the street that you can easily understand, that makes sense, so there's not weeks worth of back and forth on what did you mean, right? So those are some things we're trying to do proactively there from an architecture and engineering perspective up front that helps you in the long run. Acquisition review boards. We've been holding them for years. Are we presenting the right information? Are we doing the right rigor to make sure that as we decide to field a capability, that people in the field are able to leverage them effectively? Is operations effectively able to operate those capabilities? That is something the J357 and I are working on with that handoff between an ARB and what we're now calling an Operations Review Board, which is the operational aspect of what it means to operate that system. That's important to you all as service providers in conjunction with the program management offices to make sure if there's a bump in the night that we know exactly how we're going to respond. Have we thought through that? Have we coordinated with the appropriate folks? And have we laid the groundwork to ensure that there are no questions, right? The boss talked earlier about all the things going on in the world, all the things going on in the network. Are we able to respond cohesively across the agency how we need to? So again, it goes back to training, but it also goes back to the governance. And have we laid that out clearly, set expectations, and holding people accountable to do that? And then one of the other points is I've noticed there's varying degrees of success when it comes to kickoff meetings. How effectively are we doing that? When we award a contract, are the senior leaders there, are the program managers there, are the team members there from both the vendor, the prime, the sub, DISA, to make sure that we all understand the expectations and are accountable against delivering those capabilities that we've asked you to do in conjunction with us. If you are winning awards and you are not seeing that level of collaboration, communication, and expectation setting, we need to know. The PEOs and I need to know. We can't do this without you, right? That's why you're all here today. Let's set that up front, and if you see areas of improvement now, please let us know. That's exactly what we're trying to do to enhance the rigor and the overall capability offerings with the way we do it. Okay, last two, we talked about recruit, retain, hire. You all are really lucky, right? You get to go hire those really great college, recent college graduates in the September timeframe. We used to have to wait till April or May. We're not doing that anymore. We're hiring folks in September to combat what you're doing. We got to be able to do that too. So we've had some good success there. It is very important. And we've started to work with colleges and universities. I've done that for a few years now. We've set up an organization inside of the J1 to build a strategy to do that. And then again, taken from you folks as well, not taken from, but pairing. Do you have folks who need to learn? Rotate them through us, right? We share a lot of information with industry. We're more than happy to learn from you. They should learn from us too. It helps to understand how the government does business, right? I mentioned earlier I was in industry. I believe, the boss can tell me I'm wrong, but I know a little bit more because I was in industry and I do understand where you're coming from. That helps me understand why you're saying what you're saying. It's that empathetic view. We need to have that on both sides of the street. So let's make sure we're doing that through sharing information. The other thing we are doing that's important, and I mentioned kind of rotations, we are doing rotations, mentoring, and a lot of shadowing. You may see some new folks you've never seen in meetings. They are there to learn. That is a deliberate attempt to get people to learn early and often. And that's something we're really trying to codify across the agency to make sure that's happening. And then the last piece I'll talk about, which is the rigor piece of this, so the reviews and whatnot. We talked about the SPAs. We talked about the IAPRs. There's other things that we've done from a governance perspective to fundamentally change the way we do business. So for years, us on the acquisition side, we're continually being told to take things out of HIDE. I know that made none of you happy, right? Because we were saying that's the money we got, right? Hard to deliver when you don't know what money's coming with it. We heard you. What we have done inside the J8 is we have now set up a single requirements review board to validate and adjudicate inbound requirements to the agency to apply funding or secure funding current and future years to make sure that we can give that to you to deliver those capabilities. That's governance we had not explicitly had in the past. So those are fundamental changes to things that we've done to do that. The other thing, finally, the IPRs really are regular reviews. PMRs you've also heard of. So anything with an R on it is a review. We're doing far more of those, engaging with industry and our partners who are on contract today to make sure that we are meeting expectations and holding ourselves collectively accountable. So hopefully that gives you a little more insight into the specific changes that we've done organizationally and governance-wise to get after some of the challenges that you all sent in prior to the event to help us get better and to help us learn. So I think I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Herman as the first PEO.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
All right, let's go to this slide. Yeah, perfect. So this is tying me down to a spot, so that's not ideal. But there's a couple things that you don't see on here. You don't see Thunderdome, but you do see Zero Trust. And I put that across the top of the chart as a banner intentionally because it's changing the way we do everything from a cybersecurity perspective. So it's not the defense in depth of yesteryear. It is actually a different way of thinking. Okay, the adversaries inside of our network, what do we do to continually evaluate whether somebody should have access to some particular piece of data, an application, or some other resource? That's what Zero Trust is all about. You can make it really, really complicated, but the point is, how do we make fine-grained access control decisions? What's the data that we need to be able to make those decisions? And how do we architect our networks and our cybersecurity differently than what we've historically done? So this roughly aligns to the non-Zero Trust divisions within my directorate. But the security enablers, in there are some really important things. PKI and ICAM, identity, credentialing, and access management. It's the foundation of determining who should have access to something. And so it's the key data about an individual that says, Brian should be given access to this data because he has this information that we know about him. And it's all backed up by PKI. Endpoint protection. General Skinner mentioned it earlier, and I was glad to hear that because we also need to care not just about who Brian is and what data we know about Brian, but is his computer a government managed computer? Has it been patched properly? Is it coming from an IP in Russia? Probably things that would determine that we would change what accesses we would give based on that. And in the space of endpoint, there's a tremendous change going here because this is where we link together the user experience and sufficient levels of cybersecurity. We could have everything be so secure that you can't do anything on the network, but probably we got to find a balance there. And what we're seeing is organizations, instead of being dictated the solution for endpoint security across the department, is that organizations are given some choices. And we're focusing instead on the data about the endpoint to determine what functions and capabilities need to be there. And as long as you do that, you can pick your own, I'll call it, cocktail of tools that you would use on the endpoint. JRSS is in the middle there, kind of a big target on that. That's a program that we're going to shut down by the end of 27. Not a small challenge to be able to do that. And that actually does require us to work closely together with industry that have parts of capabilities that are built into JRSS. We have hundreds of sites to migrate off of JRSS. And why are we doing that? We're doing that because one of the principles of Zero Trust is that you provide that cybersecurity closer to the users and closer to the data and applications themselves instead of putting it in the mid-tier, which is what JRSS has done. So we're changing the principal architecture of DoD's cybersecurity defenses. Now, if you talk to some Zero Trust zealots, they will tell you that we don't need a perimeter if we do everything from a Zero Trust perspective. I'm not quite that far along. I would say that we still need a smart level of perimeter protections for the Department of Defense. So we can't stop caring about it, but we probably do things a little bit differently than we have. And some of the work that we've done thus far at the internet access points and bringing programs like cloud-based internet isolation along help us change the way that we protect the department. And then finally, analytics and data. In this space, we are dramatically shifting where we put our data. We believe, I guess to align with what Paul Crumbliss was talking about for the J9, we need data and analytics capabilities in each of the commercial clouds as well as on-prem. But the solution that we've historically had here, Big Data Platform or BDP, is something that we're going to sunset. The unclassified will go away before Christmas, and the classified portion of that will go away by the 31st of March. It'll give way to having a streamlined security information and event manager or SIEM capability on all those platforms that I talked about before. So some pretty significant changes going on there. Next slide. So I have a lot of slides. I'm not going to go through all of them. This is a picture that kind of gives the idea of what I just spoke about, how PKI and ICAM are underlying security enablers that allow us to do all of this. Next slide. Within security enablers, we are trying to modernize the PKI program. It falls under some legacy NSA rules that require two-person integrity, and everything needs to be caged off on an on-prem instantiation. We think that if we smartly use logical controls of today's cloud, we can actually move some of that to the cloud and be much more agile in the way that we deliver PKI. Next slide. This one I won't make you memorize. Next slide. That just to illustrate kind of how complicated things are related to PKI and how interrelated some of the functions that we have are. In the endpoint space, I told you a little bit about kind of the ability for organizations to choose their cocktail of tools as long as they provide the right functions and the right data. And so we're seeing that right now. Comply to Connect is a great example. The intent there is for us to be able to quarantine machines that don't meet security requirements so that they're not a threat to the rest of the department. The department has not moved quickly enough in that space. And so after FY24, organizations will be choosing their own tools in the Comply to Connect space and be responsible for their own progress towards those goals. Next slide. Perimeter I mentioned, I think there is certainly a need for it. We know that the threat vectors from email, for example, still remain among the highest threat vectors for the Department of Defense. But what I would say is we are not always the thought leaders on how we should do that. So what I'm looking for from industry is tell me where you have innovative solutions to do what we do today differently. And ideally, let's find some things that we can stop doing if we have other protections in a different way. And one of the interesting things we're doing right now is piloting a capability called full content inspection as a kind of software as a service alternative to a legacy NSA program called SharkSeer. And we're trying to evaluate whether or not that actually gives us better speed and agility and protections compared to having to develop and maintain a kind of a bespoke government architecture. Next slide. All right, next slide. So, cyber exchange and training. One of my divisions, ID2, actually provides the DoD cyber exchange training. We started to host all of that training. Post-COVID, we kind of moved it online. Now we're hosting it with the Joint Knowledge Online, or JKO program. We're able to hit more folks, try to align that with the needs of the cyber training for the entire department. So there's an option there for us, or an opportunity there for us to get some help in doing that as well. Now here you do see Zero Trust in the bottom of the slide. What that is helping us to articulate what actually amounts to significant portions of our Zero Trust journey. So if anybody tells me that they can sell me Zero Trust, in a box, I know that they're lying to me. And anybody that believes it, I know, is naive. So it is not simple to make this transition, especially to make it on our current networks. So we're always looking for help. If you have ideas on how to do that better, I'm all ears. But we can talk to you about all the capabilities that we currently have on our roadmap. And one of the areas where I would say that we have a significant deficiency in the department is tagging of data. And aligning that to controls as to who has access to that data. Next slide. 8CAS is an example of a current endpoint security solution. We're looking for some help in sustaining and operating that. And to the point of making sure that we have kind of senior involvement in any of these acquisitions, if we are not asking the right questions, we will get the same thing that we've done for the last 10, 15 years. And so my goal with every one of these acquisitions is to get feedback on how we can do things differently or modernize the capability rather than to just sustain what we currently have. User activity monitoring is another capability that we provide for the Fourth Estate and for the combatant commands. And then there's some folks that do that for each of those organizations as well. Next slide. Endpoint security system is something we've been doing for quite a long time. But as I mentioned, there's nothing but change in this space. And so we're looking at how, when organizations have their own choice of tools, how do we integrate that data so that we can provide Joint Force Headquarters DODN, as well as any of the DAOs and DoD CIO insight as to the security of our enterprise. So that is changing dramatically when you have multiple tools that are part of that rather than one single one. Next slide. I mentioned cloud-based internet isolation. That's a tremendous capability and a success story. It actually grew out of Steve Wallace's team as an initial OTA, and then we adopted it and made it a department-level enterprise service. And it actually takes traffic off of our internet access points and kind of isolates the user from the actual browser and any threats that browser might actually have. So when you access non-DoD websites, you're browsing with that virtualized picture. We have right about 3 million users that are on that right now, and we're evaluating whether or not there are some draconian things that we could do at the internet access points to ferret out any of those organizations that have not yet adopted it, and then begin to deprecate some other capabilities like web content filtering or other things. Cross-domain enterprise support. So we have cross-domain solutions that we provide for the department, and we need some help in that space. We're actually getting some help from the JWCC contract as well, because the cloud providers are actually providing cross-domain solutions in their space. So we're looking for how we move ours forward, how we're more agile. Next slide. Sharks here. So we're sustaining that capability. We're evaluating whether or not it is the right way forward, or if parts of it are the right way forward. I would say that we got a pretty complicated capability from NSA, and we need to simplify that capability. It'll make it both better, faster, and cheaper. Gateways have been a really interesting place. Part of our perimeter, how do we connect to our other federal partners, our industrial base partners, as well as our Five Eye and REL partners that are our allies that we work with in times of war. So establishing some capabilities there where we can rely upon their ICAM solutions so that we know who is accessing DoD resources, just like we would any DoD employee. So we've been doing a lot of work on modernizing the gateways. Next slide. I talked about web content filtering. We also provide a capability called DibNet, which allows us to get some feedback on cybersecurity issues from the defense industrial base without kind of attributing that to who exactly is having those challenges. And then the last one there is automated security validation, which we think is a huge new capability that came to us. We stood it up in the past year. Basically, we can evaluate a real-time actual infrastructure against certain threats, and we can use that to have a constant picture of the security of key parts of our infrastructure, but we can also use it when we do inspections of organizations and drop in and find out the security rather than relying upon scans and some things that we've done historically. So automated security validation is a great new capability, and we need some help there as well. Next slide. Okay, that was a lot in a short period of time. I'll be around to answer questions, and more importantly, we have folks at a number of tables out there that are the really smart folks. So you can either try to get an answer from me or get an answer from the smart folks. And next, I think I turn it over to Ms. Caroline Bean.
Thank you, Dr. Herman. Everyone, please welcome Ms. Caroline Bean, Director of Program Executive Office Services.
Hi, good afternoon. All right, so I'm going to try to give the slide clickers over there a little bit of a break. So if you go to the first slide. So just PEO services and what we are, just an overview of the enterprise services and what's in my portfolio. We deliver enterprise applications and capabilities to the Department of Defense. and specifically supporting our warfighters and their mission needs. So we deliver these capabilities, and you'll hear me talk a little bit more about these through continuous delivery and continuous integration processes that allow for an increased quality and speed to production. Essentially what this means is that we prefer to focus on a maximum of 6 months of minimal viable products, releases, vice projects that go on for years to complete. And also with that, we need to adopt and integrate user experience in everything that we deliver. So that's really kind of the foundation of everything that we do within enterprise services and what we look for. I'm going to talk about 4 of my major portfolios. That is business systems, enterprise collaboration, command and control, and enterprise services. So I will tell you that I have a very diverse portfolio, more so than any of the others. So PEO enterprise services, so anything essentially that can be an enterprise service and they don't know where it is, the catch-all all goes to Caroline. Let's just give it to Caroline. So PEO service, so you'll notice that, so I will go into a little bit more detail on what each of these enterprise services are because they are pretty diverse. Next slide, please. And the next one. Okay, so here I'm going to sit on this chart. I do have more details in the slide deck, and I believe these will be shared, so you'll be able to go in and get a little bit more details about each of them. But I want to sit at our periodic table of opportunities here, so I'll be sitting on that. This is kind of what outlines a lot of our upcoming opportunities by the program and the capability areas. I'll start with SD1, which is our program support. So essentially this division provides program support and cyber engineering opportunities or services to the entire portfolio of programs that you see in the periodic table. I'll jump into business systems. So I want to talk a little bit about each of the missions so that way you understand what the mission is of each of the divisions and what we're trying to get at within that portfolio. And then it'll drive a little bit more of an understanding of what the opportunities are that we have. So essentially within business systems, our mission there is to streamline the mission partner's ability to order and to get services, any service that is procured from DISA, as well as manage all the aspects of those services. So if you think about a single pane glass is really what I think about for customer, so to view the status of their ordering of what they purchased within DISA, kind of like a pizza tracker, if we can utilize that model, and then also any of the operational availability of those services. So that's really what I'm trying to get after, right, is identifying a mission partner that comes into a single pane glass that they can take a look at what they've already ordered, and where it is from a pizza tracker perspective, and then also the operational availability of that service. That also helps us internally within DISA, because what it does is provides us a little bit more granularity and understanding what services a customer has purchased and a mission partner has purchased. And so when things go down, when there's degradation that goes down, which happens all the time with IT in this business, we know exactly who our customers are. So really that single pane glass is really what we're trying to get after. It takes time, there's a lot of data in there, there's a lot of legacy systems that we have, but that's ideally where we are trying to get to. It also postures DISA to deliver new lines of service to meet tomorrow's mission needs by enabling efficient and effective business operations. So within business systems, it consists of over 20 systems that's used by DISA internal businesses, users to facilitate financial management, contract administration, and also customer ordering, personnel, and facility management. So what I need from industry from a support perspective is the sustainment of our legacy systems and also the modernization efforts that are currently underway. And I want to pause a little bit because modernization gets thrown around a lot. That word means a lot of things to different people, and I want to make it very clear as to what we're looking for, what I'm looking for when I talk about modernization of enterprise services, because I'm doing a lot of modernization. You may have heard a saying that says the only constant in technology is change. So this applies more today than it's ever been done in the past. And for me, a key component of modernization success is making sure that the environment supports not only today's needs, but it's easily adaptable to meet tomorrow's requirements. So what does this look like? It's really critical for us to think through how to optimize our processes and our workflows, as well as ensure that the technology solutions are agile enough that'll elastically expand without breaking in the future. So that's really what I'm looking for and what I say. When I say modernization, that's really what I'm after. The other thing that's critically important in delivering enterprise services is ensuring that the cybersecurity is already baked into the solution and not bolted on as an after the fact. So that's something very important that we look for when we look at solutions coming in and modernizing those. Some of the expertise from industry that I'm looking for in business systems: application development, configuration, testing and maintenance, data transformation and integration, cloud and SaaS-based modernization expertise, and cybersecurity expertise, both on-prem and cloud environments, and that covers all of our on-prem and also cloud-based solution sets that we have. The next on the periodic table is our enterprise collaboration. This has been a very busy area, as you all know, from DoD 365 SEC, so lots of really great things happening there. But essentially the mission need there is that we are to equip the warfighters with the communication and collaboration tools that are necessary to do their jobs anytime and from anywhere. And so we want to deliver seamless collaboration from across the combatant commands, the military services, and also the defense agencies worldwide. And I will add, more so important now than ever before, is our strategic partnership with our coalition partners and our allies today. So it's extremely important when you talk about collaboration and communication. A lot of this portfolio consists of programs to deliver collaboration, chat, productivity suites, voice and video services. We are working towards decommissioning a lot of our legacy capabilities. This is where we're also modernizing our enduring capabilities. And what we're looking for and some of the opportunities for industry to partner with us is in engineering, configuration, and change management, also testing support to sustain our voice capability. And then a video subject matter expert support in the areas of engineering, implementation, architecture, and integration to sustain and modernize our global video service. Next, moving on to command and control. The mission here is about providing a live, fused, common operational picture that's shared in near real time from tactical commanders to the strategic level. This, essentially, command and control, allows our commanders to plan and manage the movement of troops and equipment into and across theaters of operation, filter sensor feeds, and gather battlefield data to build an operational picture for enhanced situational awareness for our senior leaders and also our critical decision makers. C2 has some opportunity is continuous software development and sustainment of several of our C2 systems. That's our Global Command and Control System Joint, also known as GeeksJ. Joint Operating Planning and Execution System, that is JOPS, that's the modernization of JPES. Enterprise Messaging and also Organizational Messaging. What we're working towards is modernizing versions of the Global Force Management and Enterprise Messaging capabilities. And we're also looking at the next evolution of our C2 software factory. So this is our essentially DevSecOps pipeline, and that'll establish really DISA's first fully accredited IL6. So we are going into the IL6, and we're working on that today for DevSecOps. A lot of our programs within the C2 portfolio already utilize a DevSecOps approach in order to deliver capabilities. So all three of these efforts will require agile software development and sustainment support. So that's what we're looking for from industry. And last but not least, my enterprise services. This is really my catch-all bucket for anything that doesn't fit into the other four, fits into this, this specific bucket. So essentially what we have here is the mission is enabling service, support, transparency of the mission partners with near real-time dashboards for our combatant commands and services and agencies. And the vision is really to perfect operations and continuously improvement of our customer experience through enterprise ticketing system, configuration management database, and service mapping capabilities. DoD Mobility is also in this division as well, and it's a suite of carrier-agnostic approved mobile devices and capabilities offering business and personal use mobile applications. This also includes DISA's services platform that has ITSM Plus CRM, which is our customer requirements module, and also the DoD mobility services for unclassified and classified environments. So what we want to do is we want to continue to support our current mobile offerings that we have, and then also integrate new capabilities as we transition to our next generation offerings, and specifically with mobility. Some of the other thing that we have also is support for the design, configuration, deployment, sustainment, and operations of DPIMS, which is our DoD Privacy Information Management System enterprise platform. That concludes my briefing, and I look forward to our future partnerships. And definitely, if you have any other questions, you may feel free to go to all the smart people that are at the tables outside. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dean. Everyone, please welcome Mr. Kevin Laughlin, Acting Director, Program Executive Office Spectrum.
Good afternoon, everybody. Actually, my name is Yuri Paczkowski. I'm the Technical Director for PEO Spectrum. Mr. Laughlin could not be here today, and you all got me in his stead. So I'll be short and sweet here. I know I'll be getting us back on time for our snack break, which is really important. So if we can get to the right slide here. Meanwhile, do we have the PEO Spectrum slides? All right, well, I will start and we'll see if the slides catch up. So at PEO Spectrum, everything we do is to inspire and empower people so that together we solve tomorrow's EMS challenges today. And if we had slides, you would see a slide that kind of shows what our portfolio groupings are as to what we're delivering to the department to solve those challenges. So one of our portfolio groupings is EMS Enterprise IT Capabilities. Essentially, those are the applications and the software capabilities we deliver to the department to be able to operate within the electromagnetic spectrum. So one of our enterprise IT capabilities is GEMSIS, the Global EMS Information System. Another one of our capabilities is EMBM, the Electromagnetic Battle Management. That is, oh, there we go. This looks like it builds, so if you can just build the three, or build the first one. Yep, so EMS Enterprise IT capabilities. So next-gen global EMS information systems and EMS sharing systems. So if anybody's familiar with Spectrum Management Coordination System, SMCS, or Automated Spectrum Coordination System, ASCS, those are kind of targeted towards specific frequency bands today, but they are enabling the Department of Defense to share our spectrum domestically with commercial users. So next, build the slide, please. All right, so our next grouping of portfolio grouping is EMS Planning and Engineering Services. This includes EMS Enterprise Architecture, Analysis, and Applied Engineering. DISA has the responsibility to provide the EMS, the DoD EMS data administrator for the department, so that is delegated to PEO Spectrum, and you see that under EMS data here. So that's essentially our portfolio groupings that we deliver to the department, and these enable the department to solve the EMS challenges. So next, the so what here. So on the right side, you see all these things really enable the department to get to agile EMS operations, enable the combined joint all-domain command and control CJAT C2, and ultimately what we really are helping the department do is achieve EMS superiority. That's the driving objective here. So next, please. All right, next. All right, so these are the upcoming acquisition opportunities for FY24 and beyond. Next. All right, so the first one, I'm going to go through these really quick, so if you'd like more information, please either reach out to myself or the PEO Spectrum table that's out there. But the first one Coming up in FY24 is the PEO Spectrum technical support contract. This is essentially to do algorithm development, some emerging spectrum technology analysis and evaluations, and activities to kind of sort of engineering, prototyping, innovation here is really the goal for this one. So as I think Dr. Herman mentioned, we're looking to innovate, doing things differently, and not just keep doing what we've been doing within the Spectrum realm for 20 years plus. So that's that Spectrum technical support. Next one is Spectrum engineering support. Oh, sorry, go back one slide. Yep, so Spectrum engineering support is the second one on this list. This really focuses on engineering work towards compatibility and environmental effects within the EMS. And that one is also forecasted for second quarter of FY24. Next slide, please. So on the next slide, all right, we have GEMSYS IT Legacy. So this is the GEMSYS program I mentioned earlier, Global EMS Information Systems. It's really an umbrella program. So within the GEMSYS, we have products delivered, JSDR, the Joint Spectrum Data Repository. That's the authoritative EMS data repository for the department today. End-to-end supportability system, that's the process to collect all the EMS parametrics and other critical data that we need to kind of make decisions and allocate assignments and things like that. And Spectrum 21, that is the tool for frequency allocation deconfliction within the department. So that's GEMSYS. The next one is EMBMJ. I mentioned this one. This is the electromagnetic band management. Again, EMBMJ is an umbrella program. Within there, we're going to be releasing several products. So the first product we're releasing is situational awareness, and that one is actually the first minimum viable capability release is going to be going live here in the next couple months, and the follow-on contract we're forecasting to be somewhere towards the end of FY24, and that's for the continuing development of that capability. Next slide, please. All right, applied engineering support. This one we're forecasting for FY26. This one really focuses on engineering analysis and technical capability to really enable the department to do electromagnetic sort of studying and mitigating electromagnetic interference. So everything related to electromagnetic interference, capabilities, analysis, software, that is sort of rolled up into this contract here. Mobile service provider, MSP, is the second one on the slide. This one, so DISA is the service provider for any sort of federal DoD base or federal agency that is looking to do an analysis of spectrum access on their bases. So say a commercial provider comes to a base and says, hey, we need to put up a tower. The mobile service provider is the sort of the contract vehicle through which we do the analysis and provide recommendations to the department. So that one is forecasted RFP in FY25. Next slide, please. All right, this is the last one, EMS IT modernization. We've heard a lot about IT modernization, and we're falling in on the EMS IT mod. So this is really leveraging the principles of DevSecOps you just heard about, being able to deliver at the velocity of action, and sort of not only delivering at velocity of action, but delivering things that are sort of cloud native, containerized, secure, enabling EMS superiority, available when and where needed. That's really where we need to get to and where we're heading with EMS IT modernization. We're looking to forecasting that to be an OTA type contract. And again, as I mentioned, somewhere beginning of FY26 is probably one that will hit the streets. So that brings me to close here, and PEO Transport, I believe, is up next.
Thank you, sir, for stepping in. Now, please welcome Mr. Chris Paczkowski, Director, Program Executive Office Transport.
Good afternoon. Wow, got about 2 minutes and then it's break time. But where's Mr. Martin? Is he here by chance? I'm not seeing him. But again, I wanted to thank everybody for those that are actually supporting us today. A lot of work is being done in PEO Transport with all your assistance, and then also assist of what's going on with as we get into some of the future acquisitions as we drill in. So before I kind of get into the whole left side, I will probably debate Ms. Bean. I think I'm pretty close to a diverse portfolio as I kind of drill through it. But as we, again, the way that we phrase it, we're like the electric company. You never know anything about them until you either A, get your bill, and you're pissed off at the cost, or it breaks, something's not working. So what usually happens, there's a third thing, if any of the other services that we just heard about for all today are broken, they usually blame transport. So every single, we have a lot of fun with that one. But with that said, I'll kind of drill into it a little bit from that left side there and the kind of little spiral. Again, I know General Skinner already talked earlier today about time division multiplexing, so I'll start at the top left with the terrestrial and subsea. That's what folks mostly know about the DISN, the Defense Information System Network. That superhighway that we have connecting up the entire, again, the globe. It is a, again, worldwide presence. It includes just basic fiber. It includes leases. It includes other types of technology to include TDM. We do joke, like the Discovery Channel where you see the hoarders of everything going on, that's the Department of Defense. They will not let go of anything. And us as a transport have to make it happen. So it's a lot of fun where we are trying to continue to work with the innovation. As again, I know a lot of the earlier briefings. How do we get that innovation? How do we be able to actually move away and actually not just help us, but here's where I need your help with when you're supporting other components in the department, such as the services. How do you help push them to that innovation? Again, being able to actually embrace new technology, do it more effective and efficient and timely so we can get off of that legacy equipment. But yes, that's our terrestrial and subsea component. The other area here for the DISN C2, you heard Dr. Herman talking about from the defensive cyber operations. This is the net management, kind of that complementary component. This is that C2 of the entire infrastructure, the foundation for the DISN. We're heavily embraced or partnered with J9 and a lot of their cloud work. We have also legacy equipment that we're actually trying to migrate over. But a lot of work and opportunity, and also tied to that is our control network. So that, again, keys to the kingdom, key area here that we're working to support the entire foundation of the department. Drill down a little bit further into transport services. This is my catch-all bucket in a lot of ways. We have, again, significant infrastructure. We have maintenance. We have one of the 4 root servers in the department, in the internet that we actually manage here in our group. We do consolidated provisioning, provision every single circuit in the department, partnered with DITCO on our PSD on all the different various vehicles we have there. Also have the DoD IPv6 organization with DoD CIO to help support that. We have ComSec office within DISA is in that location, or is in that grouping there. I'm trying to think if there's any, our implementation. So you can imagine with over 350 nodes worldwide, plus additional ones that spin off of that, having to go forth, do tech refresh, to do implementation, installations worldwide is huge. And we've got, again, tremendous partnerships in that space. Going down a little further, and that wasn't myself that emailed the director, are we getting rid of MilSatcom? That would make this circle a little smaller. But MilSatcom, so with Teleport, with STEP, the old STEP sites, with large SATCOM gateways, again, even the small SATCOM gateways, heavy push for us into modernizing, trying to standardize those down into a proper footprint to be able to integrate up into the terrestrial and subsea, giving that worldwide mesh. Huge partnership with Space Force and Spacecom on where they're going, where their direction, and how they actually interface in and mesh well within the DISA. And then we have the airborne intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance data transport. Critical as we're watching the news and everything going on all the time. That program office is also in PEO transport. Kind of working our way up, again, I kind of clumped together the senior leadership communications and national leadership communications, those capabilities there. We do the Defense Red Switch Network, which is the premier NC3 nuclear command and control and communications system for STRATCOM, the NEC, and the department. Also have, we do the equivalency value exchange with DoD-CIO, where we're partnering with the Five Eyes, that we're the lead for the department and being able to exchange technology capabilities. We also do head of state, head of government trip kits back and forth, doing a lot of, I'll call it that, mission partner outreach and engagement at the senior level from the SecDef perspective. Also have a small but effective group doing the Secret Service communications. We do United Nations General Assemblies, we do Olympics, we do anything that's tied into Secret Service, and everywhere where WACA isn't, being able to help out in that space there. So really, again, a lot of work there, and I'll get to why this diversity makes sense when we drill into some of the work and the contracts I'm trying to put out there. And then the engineering program controls. I know Ms. Roth, Marianne, when she was up here talking about modeling, I have a whole engineering group that has to engineer every single one of these parts here. Also have the program controls, how are we doing our financial packages, our planning, our strategic way forward with issue papers, PIDMs, and working through the whole FIDEP, being able to fight for money, keep it, to have a multi-billion-dollar foundation continue to move forward and to meet all the warfighters' needs tomorrow. So major work going on in there. So this diversity of all the different groups, and that's still a subset. We have over 60 plus programs and work efforts that may be a little bigger or smaller depending on how you parse it out. All of that is in PEO transport. All of them had their own legacy, I'll say, contracts and ways of doing business. We're, as you heard, a lot of horizontal work. I'm working to bake in that horizontal work within our portfolio here. So that's where you see some of the acquisition objectives. Again, complex, diverse requirements. How do we simplify it? How do we make sure that if we invest in $1, like a Venn diagram, that it's actually going to pay off into many, many locations? Same goes for, again, right-sizing, unifying contracts. I'm not sure if Ms. Snoffer is here, but from our risk management executive, I had about 10 different contracts trying to put packages forward. All 10 were different. All 10 would get me punched in the face a different way. So how do we standardize to have some of that to make sure that we get the right quality and consistency across my entire portfolio? A lot of work being done on that, and you'll see as we drill into some of the subsequent slides. And again, bringing in that diversity aspect. We love diversity of thought. We love the way that folks come in, bring something a little different. Just because we've always done it one way doesn't mean it's the right way. So wanting to come in, but we will stress that we are doing more, I'll say, sensitive contracts. These are unclass. I don't get into details. I don't get into locations anymore. So we are raising the bar a bit. So a lot of the earlier discussions about facility clearances and other things, those really hit home hard in what we're doing and where we're trying to go with a lot of the portfolio and the investments. If the transport isn't there, then no one's phone here is working. None of that stuff. So from that point, this is really where we continue to raise the bar on kind of protecting our key assets here. So with that, next slide. So we'll get into some of the acquisitions. I like the rest of my peers, tables out there with the real subject matter experts. I'm sure you've been hitting them up a few times since I walked in there and they had lines, so that's fantastic. If we go to the next slide, please. So as I mentioned in the top left before about our bandwidth in a lot of our contracts, we work hand in hand with PSD to, you'll see the GNS, the Global Network Services. We're always looking for the next iteration on whether some may be in specific areas or some may be worldwide. This is an additional worldwide, full and open, multi-award IDIQ. We love options, love being able to go forth, because not anyone is everywhere. So from that aspect, you'll see some of that IDIQ approach. Trying to be able to either get from the backbone, be able to do the access circuits, which are customers connecting up into our backbone, or even from the DODN perspective, there's opportunity for point-to-point circuits, which again, some customers do if they need to get just to remote locations. Also at the bottom and on the top of the next slide, we have some additional optical network enhancements where we do get the dark fiber, which is just a piece of glass, and we put our own equipment on there. We like to get that blend of diversity of different technical solutions. So that's a key area there from our optical. And that is, again, full and open single award, and that's in the continental United States. Next slide. There's another one, which is actually in 26, so we're still working through that, depending on the details of how the first one goes and some of the other options. So some of these are a little more in the future, and again, just kind of helping to level set, again, for the community of where other places that we're going to like to go. The intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, the ISR, or the airborne, so AISR, data transport. Going through the program, there's two components to that as we get closer. So thank you. Okay, this does have the right dates, so perfect. So you can see the dates there, full and open single award. There's going to be two components. One is going to be more the engineering, and then the other side is going to be the operations of it. So again, gladly answer questions for the folks outside. Next slide. Okay, so here's our single award. We believe we're going small business, and so here's there's actually going to be 3 of these. First one that we came about with all those components around the outside. How do we build that PEO transport strategy? How do we start pulling together, as you heard earlier with Thunderdome? Thunderdome is a group of everybody, so I am no different. So how do I start making sure when we have these investments and way forward that we get that right, I'll say the ability to pull that all together to have more of a cohesive plan. We're down briefing Congress all the time on certain requests and why we're doing things. This is, again, helping with the messaging here. So our TSAS is, again, a new contract for us as we're going to really pull together that PEO transport, I'll say, portfolio. And you can read through that, and that's a lot of words for me. Next slide. So, and here are the other aspects, and I kind of joked, but there is truth to it. The cybersecurity technical and analytic services, so that CTAS. So having that common ability, since I came up through the ranks doing program management, even within DISA, and I had strengths and weaknesses. So all of our PMs have the same thing. But if we have and I have an organization that does do the risk management framework and supports all of our portfolio, this is that vehicle that will be helping every single one of those outlier on the circle of our PEO transport. And then similarly, from a financial component to it, how do we make sure we have the finances, the packages, being able to submit that in a timely manner, the reclamas back with Congress. And this is really, would be more of a firewalled capability that CETA, having that ability to be able to support and be in the weeds with our program teams to be able to do our spend plans and being able to work through that. Next slide. And that may be it. So I'll be here as well afterwards. Again, meet the seniors, but then, like I mentioned before, we do have all the experts sitting there at the table. So thank you, and yes, the newest PEO. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paczkowski, and the Exposition PEO directors who presented. At this time, we'll pause for a quick 5-minute break, and please be back in your seats then. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Can you please find your way to your seats, please, so we can be ready for our next presentation? Hopefully you're back now. Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed your little break. Now please welcome U.S. Air Force Brigadier General Michael Cornell, Deputy Director, J6 Endpoint and Global Services Directorate.
Good afternoon. General Skinner suggested that I open with a joke, and he thought maybe it could be about football. But as a Patriots fan, I find nothing funny about yesterday's Commanders game. The Air Force has won the Commanders Cup 21 times. I think the Army's won it 9, so I'll stick with that stat for today. So I'm excited and proud to be here today as the last officer to lead the organization that was known as the Joint Service Provider, or JSP. And I'm proud because of all the hard work of the women and men of JSP. They're the ones in the building on nights and weekends, making sure that the department and its senior leadership have uninterrupted service day or night through global crises, through modernization efforts, and through all the things that the department is tasked to deal with, often in short order. And I'm immensely proud to call myself one of their colleagues. I'm excited, though, because this reorganization that you've heard about today, there's nowhere else in DISA that it is coming together more so than it is in the J6. If you're not familiar with what we're bringing together in the J6, we are taking JSP, which services about 200 organizations, 65,000 users, with an infrastructure valued at over $1 billion, and a geographic footprint that extends from Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, to Newport, Rhode Island, as far west as California and the Pacific Northwest. And we're combining that with DISA's Fourth Estate Network organization, which is the organization responsible for DoDNet, DECENT-TS, and some of our other bespoke capabilities across all classification levels, including SAP. And we're taking those two powerhouse teams and we're bringing them together to form the DISA J6. That merger is going to put all endpoint services that DISA provides under one directorate. It'll combine our user base to over 100,000 users. It'll double the value of our infrastructure to almost $2.5 billion. But most importantly, it's going to bring together our subject matter experts and the ability to leverage our contracts to provide endpoint services globally. Not only to the department, as we do now, the defense agencies and field activities, and the Pentagon reservation, but also possibly to COCOMs and others who have expressed interest in DoDNet becoming the network of choice for the department. JSP, or what was JSP, and the customers that it serves will also migrate to DoDNet. And so as those changes happen, as we continue modernization efforts like our SDN modernization in the Pentagon, our efforts to get after technical debt and lifecycle refresh, the move to zero trust, all of those initiatives as we move forward will give us opportunities to look for opportunities to merge contracts going forward. Today, however, I'm going to talk to you about a few legacy JSP contracts that are going to help us get to that future state. And I'm happy to take any questions when we move to the Meet the Seniors. The first contract is our IT support services contract. This is VIP support and Tier 2 support for the Pentagon reservation. Our Tier 1 support is being moved to DISA's Global Service Desk. So that is one of the first exciting changes of this J6 reorganization. But we still have a need in the Pentagon reservation itself for those Tier 2 and VIP services, and that's what this contract gets after. That's not only for desktops, laptops, but also for wireless and other capabilities that the department needs. The next contract is our ETM, Enterprise Transport Management contract. We have a fairly robust infrastructure footprint in the NCR. We have about 50 to 55,000 users who are endpoint users of what was JSP, but we also have a significant number of transport users across the NCR. And so this contract will provide those services. We are extending it to include our top secret network, which previously was not part of this contract. And we have a number of optional CLINs that we can exercise as we move toward things like zero trust. And so you might have heard Dr. Herman talk about when we move to zero trust, there'll be some JRSS deprecation and other changes to the environment. And these CLINs will allow us to make sure we are pursuing those from the Pentagon infrastructure perspective in a way that makes sense. We also have an enterprise print management contract. JSP, or what was JSP, now DISA J6, manages all print services for the Pentagon reservation. That's not only the networking, but it's also the devices, the toner, the configurations, the O&M, et cetera. And so this contract is how we deliver those services. Next slide, please. We also, as J6, are responsible for VTC capabilities in about 400 Pentagon conference rooms, as well as 2,000 end-user desktop devices. And that contract is our audiovisual telecommunications core services contract, again, primarily at the Pentagon, but throughout the NCR in that footprint that I talked about previously. And then lastly, a contract that I've been told nobody in the room is interested in, our model contract, which is going to become very important as we move through the changes that I just described. We at any given time in J6, under the legacy JSP organization, have about 200 pending projects across the NCR at any given time. Many of those are infrastructure installations or upgrades to capabilities. Some of them are migrations of new technologies, implementation of new technologies. As we move to modernizing our network, we're looking to get customer organizations off of aging on-prem systems and migrating them to cloud solutions in partnership with our cloud experts in the J9. And so this contract will provide the engineering support that's needed from the J6 side of that equation. We also use this contract for our CPIC efforts, so the SDN modernization that's underway, some firewall modernizations that we expect we will need in the coming months and years, and cable TV in the Pentagon, which because of some of the capabilities that we are required by Congress to provide via cable TV is a little more complicated in the Pentagon than it is elsewhere. This contract will also include the engineering support for our telecom services. J6 is responsible for about 1/4 of the department's telephones, and while the transport is on a different contract, the engineering required for that robust telecommunications responsibility is part of this model contract. Sorry to step through that quickly, but I know we're behind schedule, and I wanted to make sure I leave time for Meet the Seniors. So I will be at a table, and I'm happy to take any questions not only about the JSP contracts that I just described, but about the merger and the formation of the new J6 as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, General Cornell. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage DISA, Mrs. Debra Daniels, Vice Senior Procurement Executive.
Thank you. All right. It has been a good day, a very good day. One, I'm going to close this out and just a couple of housekeeping things. It's going to take us about 10 minutes after this to set up for Meet the Seniors. Meet the Seniors will be in this room. And so they've given me a little diagram from the left of the stage. On the left side, we will have the J9 team, PEO Transport, Mr. Steve Wallace, the CTO, our Director of Acquisition, Jason Martin, and CAE, Mr. Packard, Procurement Services Executive, and the PEO Spectrum will be on this side of the room. And on the other side of the room, we will have PEO Cyber with Dr. Herman, Marianne Roth, who represented EII, Brigadier General Cornell from the J6, Ms. Carlen Capenos, our Director of Small Business, our new J3, Frank Hudson, the J357 will be over here to meet and greet, and Ms. Caroline Beam from PEO Services. So right after this, as you can see, they're setting up the tables here. But to say thank you to all who came out to listen to, support, and learn about DISA's portfolio during this Forecast to Industry 2023. I think it's been a great day of just hearing what's coming on the horizon here. I'm going to tell you the slides will be made available to all who register. We'll get those out to you. And somewhere hopefully by the end of this month, if not early December, a survey, because we're interested in the feedback on what we can do, always to improve, to do better. The date for F2I 2025 has been selected. It will be 28 October 2024, trying to get that early and ahead of any election years, so we'll be getting that out, but we'd love to get your feedback when we put the survey out so we can incorporate what we need to for improvements in our contract. So as we have talked about Forecast to Industry with our theme of set the theater, set the globe, so you've heard that from all of the senior leaders to include Lieutenant General Skinner, the Director of DISA and Commander of JFHQ Doden. Warfighters are a priority. Cybersecurity first, last, foremost. Making sure that we can get the tools that our warfighters need, and we can't do that without you, our valued industry partners, because we need your innovation, the technology, the creativity to partner with us to bring those. You bring the technological solutions, and so this is for you to make sure that we can update our industry partners on what's coming on the horizon that we see in the next 2 to 3 years, and even you've seen a little further out here. But like I said, this is a trusted partnership. It takes all of us, from DISA, from our military members, to our civilians, to the contractors and industry to do this one. So we've heard about us. It's security, utility, scalable solutions. We support across the DoD, affordability, technology, zero trust. You've heard what's in the portfolio. So from today, as we move into Meet the Seniors, any other questions that you have, we will have the senior leaders there. We still have the program tables with our PMs. And so without further ado, give us about another few minutes to set up, and we'll be setting ourselves up and ready to welcome you and answer any questions that you have. And if you still have questions, you can still send them to the F2I box, and we'll try and get those answers out to you. But again, thank you for joining us for DISA's FY23 Forecast Industry as we set the theater, set the globe.
Thank you, Mrs. Daniel.